Welcome here, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, April 28th City Council regular meeting. Mr. Montgomery, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Gilman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Whitman.
Here. Thank you. And would you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, Mayor. Welcome, honorable council, members of the community. Please rise as you are able. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Any changes to the agenda?
No, I'll move to approve it.
Yeah, second. Any objections? Wonderful. Okay, and then we will go to first, we have one presentation from Interface 211 Ventura County. Welcome. Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members.
Hello.
Thank you for giving 211 the opportunity to present to you today. I am Gerardo Gonzalez, Community Information Associate Director with Interface 211, and I appreciate your time. 211 Ventura County operates as a program under Interface Children and Family Services. We serve as a countywide information and referral hub, linking residents to more than 2,000 health and human services and resources throughout the region. Last year in 2025, we received over 18,000 calls and texts countywide. And this year, we celebrate over 20 years of providing 211 services to the community. 211 represents just one part of Interface's comprehensive mission. Interface runs 30 distinct programs spanning 6 core departments, as shown here. This network allows us to connect callers directly to other Interface programs when it's appropriate. 211 stands as the county's most extensive information and referral resource for residents seeking help. Our team assists callers in locating and accessing the services they require, from housing to food programs, mental health to legal aid. We're available 24/7 every day of the year. Accessibility is central to our mission. The residents can connect with us in 3 simple methods. That's by calling 211, texting their zip code to 898-211, or visiting our website at 211ventura.org. Our services are free and confidential. In 2025, we took 282 calls from Ojai residents. Let me give you some context around these numbers. So about 65% of our Ojai callers reached out to us more than once, which means that the actual number of unique individuals is lower than the 282. What this shows us is that residents trust 211 enough to come back when they need additional support. Looking at those who we served, 99 were first-time callers, 10 were families with children under 5, 21 calls pertained to someone who reported they were at risk of losing housing at the time of the call, and 27 calls pertained to someone who reported they were currently experiencing housing when they reached out.
Mm-hmm.
Behind each of these calls is a real person navigating a difficult situation. For example, we received a call from an Ojai resident, let's call him Michael, who had been caring for his father with cancer. His father had just passed away a few weeks prior. Michael had put his career on hold to be a caregiver, and now he was facing eviction because he'd fallen behind on rent while caring for his father. He was actively looking for work, but needed help immediately. When Michael called 211, our navigator connected him to a rental assistance program, linked him to employment services to help him get back to work, and provided grief counseling resources to help him process the loss of his father while dealing with his housing situation. 211 is here to help residents navigate multiple challenges at once. Ojai's top 3 needs within the context of 211, these 282 calls, We're housing, individual, family, and community support, and income support. This tells us that some Ojai residents, at least those who are calling 211, are facing housing challenges while needing broader support systems and economic stability. This slide here shows how Ojai compares to other cities in the county. So housing is the top need across every community for those who call 211. So this is a countywide challenge, not unique to Ojai. While cities like Oxnard see income support as their second highest need and TO sees mental health, Ojai's second highest need is individual, family, and community support, followed by income support. So these encompass services like low-income housing, rent payment assistance, emergency housing, the Area Agency on Aging, services like case management, holiday gifts and toys, during the holidays. And then just lastly, beyond information and referral, we offer several specialized programs to residents over the phone. So, for example, through VITA, we offer free tax preparation. We offer public safety power shutoff case management. So when PSPS events happen, we can support residents during the events with things like lodging, transportation, portable backup batteries, food, all at no cost to residents. This is in partnership with Southern California Edison. Ventura versus Hate assists residents with hate incident reports, and ECM provides case management for eligible Gold Coast Health Plan members. Thank you for your time and for giving 211 this opportunity. If you or anyone you know needs assistance, please reach out by calling, texting, or visiting our website. Thank you so much.
Can I ask you two questions?
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. Would you mind going back 2 slides?
Yeah.
Is it where we saw this slide right here?
Yeah.
So the 538 calls, that's over what period of time?
That's over a period of 1 year.
That's just the 1
And
year?
I'm sorry, it should have been 238. I apologize.
That's okay.
Over
And-
1 year, 2025, correct.
Understood.
Mhm.
Okay, got it. And then my next question is, have you seen a change in the trend at all? In other words, more or less calls over time? And are we seeing it get worse or better, or any thoughts?
Yeah, so we've seen an increase of calls over time, but it's been steady the last couple years. So
Okay.
we really appreciate that we could come out and, remind the community that we're here.
Okay.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Yeah.
I just have one quick question. With those people that reach out to you, do you keep a log, like how many that you were actually able to help? I'm sure some people, their situation changes or somebody can, help them. But if you keep that,
Yeah, so one part of our work is that we do follow up with vulnerable callers, especially those who we believe will need just extra support. Unfortunately, oftentimes we don't get to see, what happens thereafter. We usually meet them in the middle, but yeah, we've learned of plenty success stories. So.
great, thank you.
And I heard you say you have a partnership with Southern California
Yeah.
Edison, but how else are you funded?
Yeah, so we actually proudly serve over 32 counties in California,
Okay.
and we serve Lake Illinois, which is a suburb south of Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
So through that, and then through the special projects that we offer through the phone,
Okay.
and then in part cities, some cities throughout the county
Thank you.
support us as well.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it.
Mm.
Yes, thanks. Okay, moving on. Any commission reports?
No, Mayor, none submitted.
Okay, city manager's report?
Yes, Mayor, just a few brief items tonight. Just want to let the council, the community know that we're in the midst of conducting accountant interviews. We had the first last week. We'll be doing second interviews this week. And with that also, we're welcoming back Leah Palmer, our accounting manager, who is back this week from maternity leave, so we're very excited about that. Switching gears, I want you and the community to know about an e-bike safety and education event that's going on via the Sheriff's Department at Serzati Park, May 6th at 6 p.m., multi-purpose room. We, switching gears again, we're going to be reconvening the Ojai Disaster Council. That's required by the code, and that is something that's not been convened for the last couple of years, so we will be making sure the council and the community is aware of that. That's a Brown Act meeting, and so we will get that date out here shortly. And then lastly, we are recruiting for lifeguard and rec leader, and we need applicants for both of those.
Mhm.
So just want to make the community aware. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. As I recall, you said that the city would do training at some point for those positions, or no, you're looking for
For
certified?
lifeguard?
Yeah, for
Mhm.
lifeguard.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yep.
it's good to know that
Absolutely.
if your interest is there, the city can put you through
And
the
just,
training.
yeah, and we'll be bringing an item back to the council to increase the pay rate. So if you see the flyer, it says, anticipated to be this amount because we're going to be coming back before you for that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to public comments. I have 2 cards. Larry Stangl, please, and then Clay Creasy. Thank you. And there's more. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome back, which has seemed like it's been forever. Nice to see you qualified for CERT. Yay.
Yay!
Now everybody else can take it. And there are obviously more than 10 people here, so that's good. Maybe they'll keep coming. A couple of things. The campaign wars are about to start, and it would be nice if people who mentioned things on the last campaign could put things on the agenda so we would already have them, like videoing and audio of closed meetings. Because there's no way for anybody to find out if there are a Brown Act violation unless somebody reaches outside of the walls of quiet and tells anybody. And that doesn't happen because it's against the rules. So because now we have lawsuits and it goes on. Also, as part of the campaign, they said somebody wanted to have no serial monologues. Like, we come up here, we talk 3 minutes and go sit down. We would like to have it on the agenda that we could have meetings maybe every week so people could have a dialogue with you rather than sit here and have you nod nicely or make faces or throw spitballs, whatever. And that's fine. I think it would be great. Just put it on the agenda so you can have the conversation. So if you want to do it, do it. Don't want to do it, get it done with and voted for. Lawsuits. What would our budget be if we didn't have these lawsuits? $1 million more here or there? Would that be good for a housing commission to keep tenants here? I know it's $1 million isn't a lot of money, but when you're giving out hundreds, maybe it keeps somebody from having to get evicted. All right. I know it's nice to own real estate, but cities shouldn't own real estate. I'm sorry. All right. I love selling you buildings, but it's great doing it again. The other side is if you have lawsuits that are self-inflicted, are the people who have caused the self-inflicted penalized in any way? Don't want anybody thrown on their sword, but some sort of penalty, because our priorities are being avoided and can't be funded because of the legal bills. They've gone from almost nothing to a lot. And we have to have more tourists come to pay for the legal bills. I mean, it's just, we got to do something because it's ridiculous. So, anyway. And any real estate deals, please make them public. What's going on with the OUSD? Are we doing anything with them or not? Because I don't want to loan them money so we can get the rights to rent. Or do we own part of the housing? There are other ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stengel. Clay Creasy, please, and then Anita Cram, and then Alan Mintz, please.
Well, remind me not to follow Larry because he stole half my comments. Thanks, Blair. Actually, I did want to talk about the issue of dialogue versus serial monologue. Like many people, I was hopeful after the last election that we would be able to see a transition to a more healthy give and take of conversation back and forth. But unfortunately, we haven't done that. So we still have meetings every 2 weeks, and it's serial monologue. And I could come up here and tell you guys your hair is all on fire, and you would just say thank you, and I'd sit down. So it would be great to be able to have a dialogue because there's a lot of things that are not necessarily obvious at first blush, but with mutual commitment to exploration can become more, we can find areas of agreement, and that's what we're all looking for. With serial monologue, we have, unfortunately, the dynamic that somebody will say something that may not actually be truthful, I hate to say, and then somebody gets up and challenges it, but there's no back and forth. And we have had, and we saw last meeting, or you saw, I wasn't here, but Ms. Rule, of course, cast a vote with the phrase, gun to her head, having lamented various things that had been said in the past that weren't 100% true. And it would be great to be able to ferret those things out in real time rather than have to let them fester for weeks or months or however long and then have to come to grips with them when it feels very uncomfortable to do so. The other thing I think is, and Mayor Gilman, you were pretty vocal about this in the election, to try to reduce the dysfunctionality. I think you said in the city council, but it's broader than the city council, obviously, because there are people in the community who feel very strongly about things. Dysfunction is not caused by disagreement. Disagreement is a fact of life. What causes dysfunction is our inability to mutually satisfy ourselves that we've been heard. If I make a serial monologue here and then you just say thank you and I sit down, I don't really think I've been heard. And there's a good chance I haven't been heard because everybody's thinking about something else while some guy's rattling on for 3 minutes. So if we could all take a pledge to stick to the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and listen with an open mind if somebody challenges our assertion of a truth, that will be a huge benefit, and we will all feel a lot better in that scenario, even though we may have some more difficult conversations, but at least we'll have conversations, and that should be the objective of this city's government. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anita Cram, please. And Alan Mintz, and then Julie Tuamite.
Good evening, everyone. So my comment is on behalf of the United Democrats of the Ojai Valley, where I serve as president. So I would just like to invite the community to a talk by Tanya Parker. She is Deputy Director of the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy, and she will be speaking before us on May 7th at Oak Grove School from 6 to 7 p.m. Everyone is invited. It's free. You don't have to be a club member. You don't have to be a Democrat to come. Our education is an outreach to the entire community. So Tanya will cover an overview of the Conservancy, tell us about Rewild Ojai, and the big gem is she's going to give us an update on Cañada Larga land purchase and what the plans and the kind of new developments for that. So just to reiterate, Thursday, a week from this Thursday, 6 p.m., Oak Grove School, Tanya Parker, Executive Director, Ojai Valley Land Conservancy. Everyone's welcome.
Thank you. Alan Mintz, please, and then Julie Tuamite. Hello.
Council members, I'm here tonight to try and save someone's life. 3 weeks ago, there was a traffic accident on Kuyama Road. One of the cars ended up in my front yard. This is a week or so after they put up the speed limit sign. A 14-year-old took his father's car, went zooming down Kuyama Road, which is narrow, has no sidewalks, no visibility, lost going around the corner or went over the center divider, ran into a car going in the opposite direction. Luckily, she managed to swerve at the last instant. He hit her driver's rear quarter, pushing her into my front yard, smeared the front of his car all over hers. Fortunately, in this accident, no one was hurt. Imagine what that would have been if that was a child on a bicycle, or for that matter, an adult on a bicycle, or somebody walking their dog, or a runner. I know it costs money to put in speed bumps. Can you imagine what the liability for the city will be if somebody gets killed there? 3 years ago, we met with the city government, the public works, the city manager, the mayor at the time. Suggestions were made. A traffic survey was done, we were told the results. They had a radar monitor posted on the telephone pole in front of my house. This is what we were told, a normal street in the Arbolada would expect to see 200 cars per day. We have over 2,000. It's a thoroughfare. This is a narrow street with low visibility, okay? It's nice. Thank you for decreasing the speed limit to 20 miles an hour. But for the people that don't care about that, and that's not a small number, somebody's going to get hurt. I think I sent at the last council meeting a photograph taken from across the street and out of my neighbor's front yard, and it said, "Can you see my wife at our mailbox?" You can't. And that was from like 50 feet away. If somebody goes around that corner zooming at 30 miles an hour, she's going to get nailed, or I will, or whatever, okay? We've met with Mayor Gilman twice. Other people have met with the city government members. Every other house in the neighborhood has a please slow down sign. Could we please get speed bumps?
Let me ask you to pause now, but I would love to hear Mr. Harvey, also Chief Abbott. I know there's been some development there. Would you mind sharing that?
We did meet with some residents of the area about a week or so ago. In fact, on my way into this meeting tonight, I reminded the fire chief that we need to convene to follow up on that meeting. So we will. There were some good suggestions that came out of that meeting, and we hope to bring some of them back.
And am I seeing an increased presence on the street? I think I've noticed that, but that's anecdotal.
No, absolutely.
law
Yeah,
enforcement.
we're layering extra patrol, high visibility patrol, having the deputies park there when they're doing reports, and then our motor officers picked up enforcement there as well.
I know we can't engage in a dialogue right now, but I appreciate that, but I want to give everybody the same amount of time. So you've had your time. I understand that. And I apologize. Trust me. So what I hope is that something can move fast on this. That's a sincere wish. Julie, to my mic, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor,
Hello.
council members, staff, and community, those here and those watching. We're still in the month of Earth, celebrating our Mother Earth. So as we continue on, as my family has grown up here in the Ojai Valley, and our ancestry goes back to thousands of years to villages throughout, I'm here to talk about the resolution that was put together here in the city of Ojai. It reflects language that was written nearly 50 years ago in the general plan that states the entire Ojai Valley is archaeologically sensitive and we shall protect Indian villages. Took us 3.5 years to put that resolution together. And it was not easy to do that because there was a lot of backlash from it. Oh, those silly people, Indians just keep getting in the way, things like that. So it's kind of, I don't know where it's at. The current board of the Barbareño Ventureño Band, in which I started back in 2002, has a different set of rules. Their current chair, Matthew Vestudo, and council members are not from this area. They do not want, well, I shouldn't say they don't all want to, it's just that they're not trained to do the cultural resource management. They have dismissed both my brother and myself. My brother got a notice on the public yard and the project going on. I have not been getting notices. I would like to request that where I cannot consult under AB 52, which is a tribal nonprofit status for non-federally recognized natives, but it could be under interested party, section 106, that I can continue getting notices because my brother and I have been in cultural resources now for 40 years. We know the valley, we know what's here, and we know what the processes are. So I would request that. And where people that are new to the valley and don't know the intricacies of archaeology or even cultural awareness here in the valley, that our culture is not in parcels. Our projects are parcel and project specific. So where you could be inches away from a village site, you can be even further or closer to cemeteries, which we have no knowledge of that. A lot of our culture's been taken away from us through colonization. So, but we have found our information through archaeology, through working with the archaeologists. That's something that I'm not sure has come to pass, is that we, since John Foster retired, the city needs another archaeologist, or at least someone who can come in and help consult and continue doing the, what is called the PA, the Preliminary Archaeological Assessment. So that's my spiel for tonight. Thank you so much for
Thank you very
listening.
much.
Good night.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have. Anybody online?
We have no raised hands, Mayor, but we do have quite a few participants on Zoom
Mm-hmm.
in our hybrid format, and this is our general public comment period, Zoom participants. So it's good to make that notification to them. Still no raised hands.
Okay.
We can move on.
We'll move on to the consent calendar. Does anybody want to pull anything out of the consent calendar?
If not, then I'll make a motion to approve it.
Yes. Want to make sure?
I'll second.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Is that a first? I'm just going to acknowledge that that may be a first.
If
Okay.
not, it's been a while.
Oh, it's been a while. Okay, we'll move on to the public hearing. Appeal of decision granting permit for facility use to Ojai Valley Pickleball Incorporated. Ms. Burgess, please.
Actually, one moment,
Oh,
Mayor,
yes.
if you don't mind, I'm gonna, Ms.
Yep.
Rivera, there she is. It's going to be a tag team effort
Yep.
with the city attorney and also Ms. Rivera.
Thank you.
So Bethany will start things off. I think we're going to load a presentation as well. So if
Okay.
you want to, there it is. You've got that? Okay, thank you very much.
All right. And while we don't need to start the presentation yet, but good evening, Mayor Gilman, Mayor Pro Tem Meng, and members of council. For the public, I am Bethany Burgess, your city attorney. Because this is your first appeal under the following council's approval of new quasi-judicial procedures at the last regular city council meeting, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the process we're going to follow tonight before we get started. First, after I provide this overview, we will ask you to make any ex parte disclosures because this is a quasi-judicial meeting or quasi-judicial hearing. What that means is if you've been contacted by members of the public regarding this item, it would be helpful if you could disclose what those contacts were and whether they were supportive or in opposition. And you don't have to necessarily disclose every single correspondence, but generally that you were contacted and whether people were in support or opposed. After that, there will be 3 presentations. You're going to receive a presentation, as the city manager just indicated, from city staff. Following that, there will be a presentation from the appellant because they filed the appeal, and then the final presentation will be from the applicant or appellee for the permit. After each presentation, while the speaker is still at the podium or at the microphone, that will be the appropriate time for council to ask questions of that speaker. And then after each presentation, there will be a 5-minute rebuttal period for each of the speakers if they wish to use it. Following the presentations, we will open the floor for public comment. And then under our normal public comment procedures, members of the public may provide input for up to 3 minutes per person.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing I want to mention is that after public comment, we will initiate council discussion. And so as part of the council discussion tonight, the main thing I want to mention is that ultimately you will be asked to make a decision regarding this appeal based on the review criteria that are established in your municipal code. And those criteria are laid out in your staff report, so they should be easy to look at and track down.
Page 54.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you will ultimately be asked to consider is whether the requested permit meets the review criteria that are established in the municipal code. And you will basically be reviewing that information in legal terms, what we call de novo, meaning you're going to look at all of the evidence that's presented as if you're the initial decision maker. And to go with this, ultimately what you will have to do is either grant the appeal and deny the permit, or deny the appeal and approve the permit. And as noted in the staff report, if you decide to approve the permit, you do have the additional option of subjecting the permit to further conditions. And so one other point for clarification is that the issue before the council tonight is not whether to prohibit all pickleball special events at Libby Park. It's limited to the scope of reviewing what was approved in the application and the information related to that. So any future decisions regarding policy direction for use of any city recreational facilities will be a topic for future discussion, and that would be something that we could bring back to city council at a meeting scheduled down the road. Are there any questions for me before we
At
do
what
the
point
ex parte?
would you like the ex parte disclosures?
I was going to say,
Okay,
we'll
good.
do that next.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Should we wait for questions till after your presentation?
So if you have questions for me on the procedural stuff I just mentioned, I would say ask those questions now. If you have questions on the staff presentation that Ms. Rivera will provide, whether they're legal questions or otherwise, we can take those questions at that time.
Okay, I think that it's more appropriate to wait. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay. Ex parte disclosures
Mhm.
before we get started.
Just to be clear, when you said if there's a communication that's only one directional, like you received an email as in a public comment, that's not what you mean. You mean back and forth communication.
I would generally recommend for quasi-judicial proceedings that even if it's one way, but again, you don't need to identify every constituent who sent you an email. It's acceptable to identify that you received, correspondence from members of the community in support or opposed to one position or the other. And if you did receive or have communication with the appellant or the appellee, I would recommend that you disclose that. But as far as general public comment, you don't need to identify every single person who might have sent you an email. Does that make sense?
So I have another question. How far back? Because this has been going on for 3 years or more, but I've been on for 3 years.
I would say yeah.
So do I have to disclose people I've talked to about this before the appeal was filed?
No, I would say actually
Since the appeal.
Well, I would say since the original permit was filed, and I believe the date that it was submitted was February 17th.
Okay.
And so we should disclose any sort of folks who have been engaged in this process.
Again, if you receive direct communication from either the appellant or the appellee, I would identify that. But if you receive general public comment, I would just mention that you receive general public comment either in support of or against.
Right. The reason I say is because there are many parties who are significantly interested, although they don't fall under either the appellant or, they don't, their name is not on any document, but they, are very vocal in the situation. And so I'm wondering if that's also something that we should be ex parteing.
I think if you're comfortable disclosing that, I think it would be appropriate to do so. But again, if the communication was not from one of the actual parties to the appeal, you're always going to receive public comment from constituents on matters of concern. So for the ex parte purposes, it's okay to, if you've had close communication with members of the community who strongly support one side or the other, I guess what I'm saying is I don't want you to feel like you have to identify every single public comment that wasn't made by the applicant or the appellant.
Right. So my question is that, documents were submitted in support of a particular position, but the person submitting those documents and who, sort of enabled this process in certain ways, his name does not appear as an appellant or as, as either party. So that's my question. And to say, to the council, if you feel comfortable, doesn't seem to me like that should be the standard. The standard should be, do you think you were being lobbied? I mean, that would be the standard to me.
I mean, technically from a due process standpoint, what the due process concern is that if you've been lobbied by either the appellant or the applicant, that's why I'm that specific. However, because it is a quasi-judicial hearing and you're going to make evidentiary findings at the end of the process, if there's evidence that you've received that is beyond the record, I think it's important to disclose what that information was.
Right. So suppose evidence was given by a particular person to the city to go into the packet, but the name, does not appear on any of the official documents, is my question. That's really my question. I'm just saying, because, it's potentially that there are other relationships or financial donations to campaigns and things like that, unless this actually comes up, one wouldn't know that. And it seems to me to be fundamental that I'm trying to be as direct as I can be without being, too direct. So I hope you're understanding what I'm saying.
I believe so.
Okay,
I would
good.
need to probably look at the specific material. Is it included in the comments that were submitted?
I mean, no.
Okay.
No. These documents were submitted to the city to go into the packet.
And were they included in the packet?
They were.
Okay. Then so what I would simply do is refer to indicate that you've reviewed the materials that were included in the packet. I have no problem with someone indicating that they received those materials. But I guess what I'm saying is that there's not an obligation to disclose every specific communication that you received from an individual who's not a party to the appeal, if that makes sense.
Yes.
But there's nothing wrong with disclosing more if that's what you're comfortable doing.
Right.
I'm not trying to be obtuse.
No, that's not really my question. My real question is, lobbyists often don't emerge. They lobby, but they don't emerge. And so that's really my question. So if a council member felt they were being lobbied, right, I'm wondering if they would feel, for me, if I felt I was being lobbied, I would feel an obligation to say that I had ex parte communication with this particular person. That's all I'm saying.
I think if that's something that you feel should be communicated, it's appropriate to do that. To do so, it's hard to say what every single council member, who might have contacted every council member. So I don't want to provide a broad brush response that without knowing all the specific details. If that makes sense.
Okay, and if it becomes necessary to specify, then I will.
Certainly.
So I will start. I had an ex parte document sent to me from Mr. Kraut, which was part of the packet that he submitted. So he sent this to me. We did not speak on it. It came via email.
Thank you.
Anything? I'll just go down the line.
Yes, I had just a conversation with Sage Inter, our Parks and Rec vice chair, and she expressed her support or her opposition to the appeal, her support of the, yes. And I also spoke with Karen Quimby, who voiced her support of the appeal. I get the two confused.
Other than the packet, just the general email that people received, I did meet, this was before the permit was submitted, but with Mr. Kraut and Mr. Roth about the idea. That was November. And then I have received texts from Karen Quimby, not related to the appeal as much as pickleball in general.
I've spoke with Karen Quimby, Mr. and Mrs. Kraut, and there was another woman when I met with the Krauts, and I'm so sorry I can't recall her name. And I spoke with Sage from Parks and Rec as well. And oh my God, Carolyn Burke. Those are the ones that I spoke with.
I don't think I've been lobbied by either the applicant or I would call him the respondent, but I think I do recall that there was some, there were some emails that I think all of us got, and one of them made reference to a resolution that was adopted 10 or so years ago related to the tennis courts, and I asked somebody from the tennis club if I could see that resolution, and they forwarded it to me.
Thank you all. Yes, please.
I just wanted to clarify that Sage was in favor of the applicant and not the appellant. I think I might have confused the matter, so I didn't want to have that on record.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. All right, so we'll proceed then first with our city staff presentation. Thank you, Ms. Abreu.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I created a small PowerPoint just to go through the facility use approval process.
Can I say, and are we starting our timer? Do we have that going, Mr. Montgomery?
Yeah.
Thank you. Each one, so each one is 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Oh, this will be very brief.
I believe it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
It's okay. There we go.
Yeah.
So first page, a brief summary. The City of Ojai's Park and Recreation Department manages facility use applications for the Libby Park tennis courts through a structured administrative process governed by the Ojai Municipal Code and city policies. The Parks and Recreation Director, acting as the city manager's designee under Ojai Municipal Code Section 4-301, holds authority to issue, condition, or deny facility use permits. Applications are reviewed for completeness, evaluated against availability and existing reservations, assessed for applicable fees per the master fee schedule, and subject to insurance and hold harmless requirements. The director's decision is an administrative action that may be appealed to City Council under Ojai Municipal Code, Chapter 1-4. So step one would be the initial inquiry and application submission. Applicants contact the Recreation Department, and they might come in person, or we send the application through email. Tennis courts are available first come, first served, except when reserved with permit. Staff advises on court availability, existing reservations, and priority use commitments and considerations. Applicant completes application for facility use, identifying requested courts, dates, times, events, nature, and expected attendance. Step 2, staff review and evaluation. Parks and Recreation Director reviews application for completeness and compliance. Staff evaluates against existing court reservations and Recreation Department programming schedules. Priority use commitments are considered, which you will see on page 8. Staff may consult with other city departments if the event has broader impacts. Step 3, insurance and fee requirements. Applicants must provide proof of general liability insurance prior to the event. Insurance must be written by carrier licensed in California. Applicants must agree to hold city harmless for any damages associated with facility use. Applicants responsible for any damage or cleanup to facilities used under the permit. The fee calculation is created based upon requested hours and dates. Step 4, Director's decision and appeal process. The Parks and Recreation Director makes final administrative decision to approve with conditions, or deny. Upon approval, applicant notified in writing and provided signed permit with all conditions. Application fees are then collected upon approval. Any person aggrieved by director's decision may file appeal to the City Council under Ojai Municipal Code, Chapter 1-4. City Council may grant appeal and deny permit, or deny appeal and grant permit with or without additional conditions. This is just a summary of the process, who looks through the initial inquiry and application submission, staff review and evaluation, the fee calculation, insurance, director's decision, and appeal. And then last page would be the priority use considerations. We do receive dates early on in the year that we hold on our calendar. One is through the Ojai Valley Tennis Club through the resolution that I believe you were speaking of earlier. That's for the lower or upper tennis courts for the annual tennis tournament, and also club-sponsored youth clinics and tournaments. The other consideration is city programming through the recreation department or other special events like Ojai Day and private events. And we will always keep 4 courts open during that time for day use. That's it.
Thank you for that brief presentation.
You're welcome.
Any questions? I have a couple. I'll start.
Okay.
I'm just asking questions now about what happens in the courts. So, am I correct in understanding that sometimes the courts are closed? Let's say if there's a sound check for a concert in Libby Bowl.
Correct.
So there is closure for other kinds
Special
of events in the
events.
park. Okay, that's one. And then this is an anomaly, I believe, but at the tennis tournament this on Saturday, did they end up going late because of the rain?
They did.
And what time did it end?
I believe it was somewhere around 11:30ish
Okay.
p.m.
Okay, so there was a tennis tournament that did go late. So, and how did that, you may not know this or maybe you do, but how did that decision get made?
About it staying later?
Well, I'm just saying normally what would happen is 10 p.m. would be the close for all events in Libby Park.
Correct.
So
10 p.m. the lights should go off.
The lights should go off.
So lights are supposed to go off at 10 p.m.
All right.
At any time.
So they did not go off, I presume.
They did not go off.
So somebody left them on. Or they did not get turned off.
Okay. Yes. I did not hear about this until yesterday.
And the only reason I know, there were people noticed and it was loud and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just, so I guess I want to ask though, on normal use, there is exceptions in normal use. Am I understanding that correctly?
Do you mean to stay later than 10?
No, I mean, it stopped, like the courts are not used when there's a sound check. That seems pretty regular.
There's considerations made. You know, maybe there's a big event the day before, so you can't come in for an event at a certain time. There's lots of considerations to be made to an application.
Okay.
And, you know, we work through that through the process.
Okay. Other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, is this okay to ask Bethany our city attorney questions? So, as I was reading section 4-3.403, I noticed that the word is shall when it comes to issuing a permit once the criteria is met. It's not may. So it's not discretionary. It shall be issued. Is that correct?
That's correct. If all of the review criteria are approved and there's no other superseding policy that establishes additional conditions and requirements, then from a staff review standpoint, the city manager is required, or his designee would be required, to issue the permit if they find that the criteria in the code are met.
Okay, great. I also wanted to just tease out a little bit the statement that you noted in the administrative report that the special events policy could be interpreted to only pertain to bandstand, fountain, and lawn areas. Has this policy ever been applied to deny a tennis court facility use permit that we know of? So this would be the first time that it would depart, that we would actually use this to do that.
Ms. Rule, do you mean to issue a permit or to deny it, or which one do you mean?
No, really, I'm just trying to understand what can be interpreted and what we are interpreting, to pertain what this permit might pertain to, or what some of the conditions might pertain to you know, whether or not the bandstand, the fountain, and the lawn area are not the tennis courts. So there is that ambiguity there as to what this actually pertains to. If someone were to say that it pertained to the, you know, tennis courts, it's never pertained to the tennis courts before that we know of.
Yeah, I believe the ambiguity there that makes this a little bit less black and white is the fact that it also specifically references the Ojai tennis tournament as being a use that's, or an event that's authorized under that policy. And while I'm sure that that event there may be people who spread into other parts of Libby Park as part of that event, the primary use within the park during that event would be the tennis courts. So I think it's challenging to say it wouldn't ever apply to the tennis courts. Otherwise, it wouldn't specifically call out the tennis tournament.
You would, another exception though would be Ojai Day. I believe there's other uses on the tennis courts besides tennis. Is that correct? At Ojai Day. Just throwing out facts. Any other questions?
No, I think that will be enough. But I actually do have a question for Ms. Rivera. When you evaluated criterion A, which is whether the event would unreasonably interfere with public enjoyment, and you came to conclude that it would not, what factors did you consider? So your professional reasoning in that decision.
I considered other events going on at that time. If we had another reservation in the same spot, if we had something going on, you know, maybe in the city at that time exactly. And there was nothing, to my knowledge, that looked like it would interfere with any type of enjoyment.
Okay. Great. Well, those are, I think, my questions.
Okay.
We can talk about an estimated attendance, because at the Ojai tennis tournament and at other events, using the same, you know, facility use permit, we certainly have events that way exceed this number in standard. I mean, it's a normal event to to exceed this number greatly. So I'm just, you know, kind of working with that as well. So
had you considered that? I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to follow on, had you considered that when we see this, I'm looking at page 854 of the large packet, service groups for events of less than 150 people and provide, et cetera, et cetera. But then we see on the application, that would be page 287 of the large packet, 100 spectators, 220 participants, so total 320. I don't know if that's for the totality of the 4 days. We could ask them when they come up, but did you ask that question, or did that give you any pause?
So the difference with that is Libby Park and Bowl, I think it's policies and procedures. This is a tennis court rental. Even though it does fall under a special event, which is also a check mark on the facility use rental application, if it's something like Ojai Day or something that's going on inside of the park, we use a different application for that.
Okay.
So this is facility use rental through the recreation department for the tennis courts.
And
Go
I
ahead.
actually do have one last question, and this is for the city attorney. If the appeal were to be granted tonight, what guidance does that provide to staff for future facility use permit applications? Would a neighborhood group be able to appeal any permitted event at Libby Park on noise grounds?
So
or in any grounds?
So I think what I would say is that if the appeal is granted tonight, or whether the appeal is denied, either way, you know, my recommendation to staff without further direction from council would be that, you know, as each permit comes in, they evaluate the elements of the municipal code section 4-3.403 with respect to that particular event. So while it may be helpful information to know how council decided this item, the decision tonight is really specific to this particular appeal, as opposed to, you know, a future looking direction on future applications.
But it would be a precedent where neighbors could come in and say, that's too
Potentially.
loud for me. And
mean,
if you get 8 neighbors to say that.
And conceivably, that could happen today with any permit that's issued by the
Right.
city if an appeal is received during the appeal period.
Right, great. Thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Please.
So, you said that there have been other uses of the tennis courts other than tennis on Ojai Day. What uses have they been?
So, at least since I've been doing Ojai Day the past few years, I've had Tim Kraut do a pickleball demonstration. So he'll teach people, he'll bring out the equipment, and it's kind of like an activity for Ojai Day. So, you know, and he requested that if he could do that for Ojai Day.
So one court and a demonstration.
Mhm.
Any other?
Courts?
Any other?
It's just that first. Oh, okay.
Any other uses?
I would have to confirm that, but as I
Okay.
recall, yeah, you could confirm that, but it wasn't one court for sure.
Okay.
I can't really remember.
Well, finish your thoughts.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So, but no other uses other than a demonstration of pickleball?
For Ojai Day? Or for any other
Well, or
event?
actually, I'll ask that one next. But for Ojai Day, has there been any use of the tennis courts for non-tennis activities other than that pickleball demonstration?
No, not that I know of. Since
I
I've
will.
been doing it.
I'm just gonna, because I have history here.
Mhm.
Those lower Libby courts were used as standard pickleball courts for a period in the summer of, can't really remember.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you meant during Ojai Day.
Okay.
But
I
in the
did
past,
say Ojai Day.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well, go ahead and answer. You want to ask the larger question?
Yeah. So how about excluding Ojai Day? Have the tennis courts been used for non-tennis activities?
not that I have been a part of. I did hear that maybe once years ago there was a dance party that was unauthorized through a permit, but that's all I've heard. Other than that, I do know that for a period that you were saying, they did have pickleball on those courts for temporary use, but that's all I'm aware of.
And I just will follow up as a question. Do you recall if there were any complaints, or do you have any
Well,
records?
can I ask you to hold up?
Yeah.
Let's finish and then come back. Yeah, go ahead. That's right.
Yeah, so you said that you told us what your considerations were about enjoyment. Did you consider the residents who live in proximity to Libby?
Hold on, guys. Let us try to answer these questions well.
When you thought about, would this, interrupt anybody's enjoyment?
I did, of course, I've been a part of the situation, but this is a special event. If it would have been regular play, I do feel differently on that, but I did, of course, take that into consideration. But this would just be a special event.
So I'm not sure I understand that consideration. Did you decide that you shouldn't consider the enjoyment of the adjacent residents because it was a special event? Or?
No, I just considered it being a court, and in our documents and everything that I found when I read up on it, it says tennis court and like use. So, pickleball, paddleball, as for a special event. I didn't see, there was nothing that says you cannot. It's not, prohibited from there. Daily use, we do have a sign, but this would be for a special event.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. You didn't consider whether the pickleball activity would have an impact on the neighbors adjacent to Libby.
I'm going to jump in here. council member, because this was discussed with me as well, and that was one of the things that we talked about. I think what Ms. Rivera is just trying to say, I don't know that if it's being conveyed, is yes, of course, we consider those types of things. What she is saying is because of its very temporary duration, the determination was that it was not, a major impact to, it was perhaps a nuisance or annoyance to some for a short period of time, so it was not a quality of life impact. That was the determination made. And the code, as she's talking about, really talks about other paddle uses, and so this is part of the situation we're in. Is the code is very vague, and we don't try to make determinations when we review applications. You know, what would the council say about this? What would the, if we don't have in front of us what allows us to make a decision one way or the other, we don't try to interpret. We use what we have.
Could I make one?
Yes, go ahead.
Final comment. Yeah. So I think in just to Councilmember Whitman's point, there are six criteria that have to be that you go through, and this is otherwise. And if you find that there is no objection, the permit shall be granted. I think the one that you were referring to would be B, that the proposed activity or use will not unreasonably interfere with or detract from the promotion of public health, welfare, safety, or recreation. It doesn't say anything about enjoyment. And I think that that's a different standard. Enjoyment is a different standard than public health, for instance, or welfare or safety. So I would say that, it would not have been fair for Ms. Rivera to put enjoyment, as a criteria when it's not actually in the section itself. That's all I'm saying.
I think that that's what she said, was to talk about enjoyment. So if we want to talk about public health, I can go and ask those questions.
Yes, Ms. Burgess, please.
If I may, section 4-3.403, the first item A does mention the public enjoyment of the park. I do want to make sure, though, that for purposes of this part of the public hearing, that we stick to questions and hold the discussion for the later part.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't have it.
Go, and then I'll go.
So I have a question. When we were in the discussions to build the pickleball paradise at Soul Park, in several of those meetings, we heard about the damage. We heard from the tennis people that the pickleball courts, that having pickleball on the tennis courts would actually cause damage to the courts. And it was discussed in those meetings that even a temporary use would require extra work on their part to maintain those courts. Was any of that considered when we were looking at this?
So I have been a part of the temporary pickleball courts. We've put it inside of the gym. We have done it on the tennis courts as well. The pickleball group uses a very low adhesive tape that comes off really easily and has never left any sort of marks that I'm aware of, not even on a basketball gym floor. It comes off very easily. So that's the only change that happens during the court that I'm aware of, or any sort of damage would be from the tape.
And the other question I have is, knowing how contentious of an issue this was for the first 2 years that I was serving, and even before that, did any consideration go into how the tennis community would respond to this?
So I'm going to jump in on this one if I could, council members. So again, I think, and I'm going to try to explain this in a different manner. When we look at what is allowed and what is not allowed, we do not consider sentiments. We don't consider, is this contentious? Is this not contentious? What are we authorized to make a decision with here? What's in front of us? What are we allowed to use as part of our decision-making process? And that's how, we came to permit this, because from our read of the code and the policies and the procedures, and from looking at past practice at the courts, notably 3 different special pickleball events at the courts, we did not find any way that we would be able to say, no, we can't allow this because of X, Y, and Z. We didn't see that. There's nothing that says it's expressly prohibited that we found.
Okay, it might not have said it was expressly prohibited, but we had the sound study, and the findings of the sound study said
But again,
that
if you
it
go
was-
back,
the
if you go back
noise
to
was
that
an
meeting,
issue.
if you go back to that meeting and this is what we looked at too, there was a big discussion, there was a report handed over to the council from the Parks and Recreation Commission, and the council directed the then interim city manager to come back with a recommendation. And unfortunately, I can't find any return as directed. That was our research, was that the interim city manager, after that discussion, was directed to come back to the city council with a recommendation, and he did not.
No
Can I
questions.
follow up on sound? So when there's a special event like the tennis tournament or even the music festival or anything like that, now I know we have an ordinance around sound levels and we're looking for that, especially for the neighbors. So this is completely anecdotal, but what happened on the 25th, there were complaints, that we saw on social media and all these things, but the general thinking was this is a weekend event and not something that's going to happen every single day. So is that when we think about a concert or something like that? I know we're monitoring this because that's ongoing, but when we think of a special event, I presume we're not measuring the tennis tournament sound levels.
We're not.
Okay.
Yeah. Concerts, definitely we
Yes.
are.
Okay.
But for special events, Ojai Day could make the same noise, tennis tournament, Art in the Park. I don't know. We sometimes have bands at the gazebo during these special events, and we don't monitor the sound at that time.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do have a question. So, we have something like 100 years of Ojai tennis tournaments. You may tell me if you're not the right person to ask this question to, but have there been complaints from the neighbors around Libby Park that the Ojai tennis tournament noise is disturbing their lives?
Specifically that tournament, I have not had any comments made to me.
Any other tennis tournaments?
This is not a study. This was completely on social media. It was
Yeah.
what is happening on Saturday night. It was 11:30, and again, that's an anecdote. That's not a study, but anyway.
We can
So,
discuss it. It was quite loud at my house at 11:30.
And it will, even on Thursday, there were, again, anecdotes. Thursday, the chamber mixer said we couldn't hear ourselves talk. But again, nobody wants to complain because it's the tradition that you just brought up. I mean, it's an important part of our town.
So
and it was
Yeah.
awesome.
What we're
So
discussing now.
Yeah,
Nobody
we're
had
Let's
moving
not
into
discuss.
discussion again.
Let's
Right.
ask
I
questions.
Are there-
Final question.
Okay.
So I'm looking at 4-3.403A. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the municipal code section 4-3.403, and I'm going to A. And we were just talking about enjoyment. And I wanted to ask the question. It says that the proposed activity or use will not unreasonably interfere with or detract from the public enjoyment of the park. Not public enjoyment, not enjoyment generally, but public enjoyment of the park. And that's a very specific phrase that means the people going through the park will not. And I think that's what you said when you said that one of the criteria. Anyway, I just wanted to say that there's, in my mind, and I would think legally, there's something, a differentiation there between enjoyment of my life and enjoyment of my time in the park.
It does say from public enjoyment of the park. And then again, as was pointed out previously, the second criteria is whether the proposed activity will not unreasonably interfere with or detract from the promotion of the public health, welfare, safety, and recreation.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm done, and I think
Yeah.
that the group out in the audience is probably ready for their time.
No, yeah,
so.
fair enough. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Appreciate it. Okay, we will then move on to the next piece, which is the appellant presentation. Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Oh, get going. Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council.
Hello.
I'm Alex Mooney. I live on South Signal Street. And first of all, I just want to
Let
say.
me pause you 1 second and please stop the timer. So we want to hear everybody really fairly. So I understand everybody has a lot of feelings. So I want to ask you, please, not to express your feelings, even if you agree or disagree. Let's hear everybody really well, and we'll make a good decision. Thank you. Sorry. Please proceed.
And
Do I get to
actually,
start my
Yeah.
time over?
Could we pause the timer for
Yeah.
1 moment? I just want to clarify or make
Okay.
sure. So the appeal was filed by the neighbors of Libby Park, care of
Mhm.
Jamie Roth, and I just want to confirm that our folks standing at the podium right now are the neighbors of Libby Park.
We are.
And okay,
Mhm.
perfect. I just wanted to double check and make
Mhm.
sure that we weren't deprived.
I am a neighbor of Libby Park.
Thank you. Okay.
Mhm.
Please proceed.
My name is Alex Mooney.
Thanks.
I am a neighbor of Libby Park.
Mhm.
I live on South Signal Street. I am speaking on behalf of the neighbors of Libby Park to respectfully request that the city rescind the permit issued to the Ojai Valley Pickleball Inc. for the proposed tournament at the Lower Libby Tennis Courts on June 5th through 7th, 2026. This request is not about opposition to pickleball as a sport. I myself am a pickleball player and love it. It is about consistency in city policy, adherence to prior findings, and protection of residents from known and significant impacts. 1, the city has already established a clear policy, no pickleball at Libby Park. The city has already studied this issue and reached a clear conclusion: pickleball does not belong at Libby Park tennis courts. In April 23, the Parks and Rec Commission unanimously adopted the recommendation of its pickleball ad hoc committee that pickleball should not be introduced at Libby Park. This followed a 13-month public process, extensive community input, and a professional acoustic study. At the December 12, 23 City Council meeting, the city attorney confirmed that relocating pickleball to Lower Libby was off the table, and no council member expressed any interest in revisiting that position. The city then reinforced this policy by installing no pickleball signage at the courts. This is not informal guidance, this is policy in practice. 2, calling this special event does not change that. The city now characterizes this tournament as a permitted special event that is not prohibited by code, but that framing sidesteps the core issue. Even if the code does not explicitly list pickleball at Libby as prohibited, the city has already established a functional policy through its actions, findings, and public representations. Allowing a permit to override that policy creates a loophole that renders all of those actions meaningless. If a use that has been studied, rejected, and publicly disallowed can be approved simply by labeling it as a special event, then no land use policy has real force. A special event permit is meant to allow otherwise appropriate uses on a temporary basis, not to authorize a use the city has already determined is incompatible with that location. 3, the permit also ignores the city's own event size limit. This is a second policy issue. The city adopted a policy in 2022 limiting new non-legacy events at Libby Park to 150 participants. The tournament application states they expect approximately 220 players, as mentioned before, 100 spectators. This is around 320 people, more than double the allowed size. The city now argues that this limit, bless you, may not apply to the tennis courts. But that interpretation is not grounded in the policy's purpose. It is a workaround. Taken together, the permit disregards both A, the established no pickleball at Libby Park policy, and B, the 150-person event limitation. Additionally, the city's own sound study shows this use is incompatible. This is not speculative. It has already been studied. In February 23, the city retained Pickleball Sound Mitigation, LLC, to conduct a detailed acoustic analysis. That study concluded, 1, Soul Park is the only appropriate location for pickleball without mitigation due to its distance from residences. 2, at Lower Libby, even 2 pickleball courts located on tennis court number 6, the furthest from the residences, exceed acceptable noise levels. 3, effective mitigation would require substantial sound barriers of uncertain success, and other courts at Lower Libby could never meet acceptable noise thresholds. By clear implication, converting 4 tennis courts, oh God, these would help. into 16 pickleball courts would generate noise levels that cannot be made acceptable. Yet that is exactly what this tournament proposes. 16 courts from 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. for 3 consecutive days. This is not a minor or temporary impact. It is an intensive, sustained, high-frequency impulse noise to which scores of neighbors and park-goers will be suggested. This violates the city's own standards for issuing a permit to begin with. Under the municipal code, a permit may only be issued if the activity A, does not interfere with public enjoyment of the park, and B, does not harm public health, welfare, or safety. This proposal fails both. The noise will affect not only nearby residents, but also anyone using Libby Park for quiet recreation. And for residents living within a few hundred feet, including elderly and homebound individuals who obviously couldn't be here with us tonight, this level of sustained noise for 10 to 13 hours a day that will penetrate closed windows and doors is not avoidable and not reasonable. These impacts are not hypothetical. They are documented in the city's own study. This decision also undermines prior city investments in planning. The city invested over $600,000 building dedicated pickleball facilities, beautiful ones, at Soul Park, a site specifically selected to avoid impacts on residential neighborhoods. Allowing a major tournament at Libby Park disregards that investment and the planning decisions behind it. It also raises a simple question: why is this tournament not being held at the facilities that were designed for it? The broader issue here is precedent and public trust. Allowing this event sets a precedent that will be difficult to contain. It signals that established policies can be bypassed. Staff can reinterpret rules to fit a desired outcome, and prior public processes can be set aside, and that undermines public trust in every future decision. So the good news is that there is a practical, reasonable alternative, and that is not about canceling the tournament. The tournament can be right-sized, can fit Soul Park, or distribute across multiple venues. This is exactly how the Ojai Valley Tennis Club operates its tournaments. In fact, the athletic club has indicated a willingness to work with the pickleball club to help host a pickleball tournament. And I could say firsthand, the athletic club is a great pickleball location. So if this permit is rescinded, the tournament can definitely still go forward, just in appropriate locations where the impacts are minimal. In conclusion, this issue is not whether pickleball should exist in Ojai. It does, and we love it. The question is whether the city will uphold its own findings, policies, and commitments to residents. The city studied this issue. It reached a clear conclusion. It communicated that conclusion to the public: no pickleball at Libby Park. And now, through this permit, it is acting contrary to it without process and without justification. We respectfully ask that you rescind this permit, refund fees paid, and formally adopt a resolution that pickleball is not permitted on Libby Park tennis courts for any reason. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would now like to introduce Mark Happich, the president of the Ojai Valley Tennis Club, who will continue our presentation.
I have a quick question for the attorney, if you could stop the time. Are you a member of the neighbor group?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. I was just whether or not I didn't see your name there.
Please, sorry, proceed.
It's all right. That's a tough act to follow, Mayor.
You mean Alex? Is a tough act to follow? I agree.
Yes. Anyhow, Mayor, thank you for letting me be here. To council members, thank you so much for letting me be here. I am the president of the Ojai Tennis Club. Proud to be that person. I'm a 30-year resident of this beautiful city of Ojai. I love it here. First, I want to state that the city currently has a clear policy on not permitting pickleball play on the Libby Park tennis courts. Over the last 7 years, this issue has been more thoroughly litigated and considered by the Council and Parks and Recreation Commission than virtually any other matter brought before the city. In my mind, I believe in the minds of most interested parties, this issue was conclusively resolved on April 6th of 2023 by the Parks and Recreation Commission unanimous adoption of the recommendation contained in its final pickleball report dated March 30th of 2023. Following a 13-month-long intensive study, the pickleball report recommends that the city should not introduce pickleball to the current Libby Park tennis courts. Let me repeat. The Parks and Recreation recommendation was that pickleball should not be allowed on the Libby Park tennis courts. Indeed, following that meeting, the city confirmed this policy by placing no pickleball signs at all Libby Park tennis courts. They're still there. Walk around, they're on every court. These signs, it's a clear indication that pickleball is not to be played on those courts. Second, the issuance of the subject facility use permit is in clear conflict with this established policy. Based on various recent discussions with Parks and representatives, there apparently is now a new Parks and Recreation interpretation of the city's existing special events policies, which holds pickleball is allowed at Libby Park so long as it is designated as a special event. A loophole. We have been informed by Parks and Recreation that it has the discretion to issue use permits at Libby Park for any event involving paddles and balls, including pickleball. This new paddle and ball special event loophole has never been approved by the City Council or the Parks and Recreation Commission. We question whether the Parks and Recreation staff or city manager has the discretion to allow pickleball tournaments in clear and obvious violation of Libby Park. No pickleball policy, simply because it is designated as a special event. Logically, a special event permit should be meant to allow at a specific time and place an otherwise appropriate use, not to authorize a use that the city has or over a 7-year period already studied, rejected, and publicly disallowed. We can only conclude that the issuance of the subject use permit was either an abuse of discretion or issued in error and disallowed. We can only conclude, excuse me, I repeat myself a little bit here. Third, the issuance of the use permit is not in compliance with the city's own legal requirements. It does not comply with the city's special events policy because it exceeds the maximum number of participants in specified in the policy, which is 150. The proposed pickleball tournament would involve some 320 people, as mentioned before. The city staff report strangely states that this special event policy maximum could be interpreted to cover only the non-tennis court areas of Upper Libby Park, while possibly excluding both the Upper and Lower Libby Park courts. This is a nonsensical statement straining to allow special events of unlimited size on the tennis courts and elsewhere in the park. It seems a far more reasonable interpretation that this maximum limit should apply to the area of the Libby Park where the requested special events will occur. Further, the issuance of the subject use permit completely overlooks and disregards the significant noise impact of the proposed pickleball tournament upon the surrounding neighborhood and other areas. This is alluded to from Alex. The proposed special event would generate noise well in excess of the maximum acceptable sound levels recommended in the final pickleball report. During the course of its pickleball study, the Parks and Recreation retained PSM, a well-recognized professional pickleball noise engineering firm, at a cost of over $13,000. PSM produced a 70-page sound study, which is included in the final pickleball report. These maximum acceptable sound levels were unanimously approved by the Parks and Recreation Commission at its April 6, 2023 meeting. The scientific data and conclusion from the PSM sound study include the following. Based on the PSM recommended guidelines specific to pickleball noise and sound testing conducted at Lower Libby, the pickleball noise from just 2 pickleball courts on the south end of court 6, which is away from everything, exceeds the PSM recommended maximum acceptable noise level. PSM concluded that putting even one pickleball court on tennis court 5 would not be feasible, as the pickleball noise from that court location could not ever be acceptable. That's one court. The clear and obvious conclusion would be that putting 16 pickleball courts on all 4 lower Libby courts could not ever be feasible, as the noise it generated would far exceed the PSM recommended maximum acceptable noise levels. It is important to note that, contrary to statements made in support of the pickleball club's position, pickleball noise is not at all comparable to the noise from the Ojai Tennis Tournament or the music festival. We just finished our 124th year. We haven't had any complaints. We just heard that. The intense high-frequency impulse noise of pickleball is the most intrusive type of noise identified in the PSM sound study and is uniquely objectable and annoying. As stated in the city staff report for this matter, the Ojai Municipal Code provides for city park use permits to be issued if the request use does not unreasonably interfere with the public's enjoyment of the park, the public's health, welfare, and safety. Clearly, significant noise impacts from the proposed pickleball tournament would not comply with either of these legal standards. Thus, the issuance of the subject use permit is not in compliance with either the city's own special events policy or the Ojai Municipal Code. Such permit issuance either constitutes an illegal abuse of discretion or was issued in error, and the permit should be rescinded. We believe that the proposed pickleball tournament could be relocated to the city's own Soul Park pickleball complex developed by the city at a cost of, here we go, $600,000. If the proposed tournament requires more than six courts, it could be played on multiple pickleball venues in the city, just as we just did with the Ojai Tennis Tournament. We go all over the city. We can't just have it at Libby Park. If the pickleball club desires that its tournament be played at a single venue, the Ojai Valley Athletic Club already has 6 dedicated pickleball courts and more than 10 tennis courts, which could be rented out and converted to temporarily. We mentioned that earlier. It's a very nice facility. I'm over there all the time. So it is completely realistic to success that the proposed pickleball tournament could and should be relocated to Ojai pickleball venues other than Lower Libby. Lastly, as mentioned in the city's staff report, I would ask for the council to direct staff to return at a future council meeting with a policy banning all future pickleball play at Upper and Lower Libby Park courts, without exception, for council consideration. I thank you for your time and hearing me out. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Reschedule a writer's workshop
Mm-hmm.
because of the proposed pickleball tournament. And then although it's gotten better, there was some pickleball players down there. I live on 406 South Signal, and they can actually hear me from my house. I don't even have to speak loud. I'll say, hey, notice the sign. Some people are very innocent. They're just visitors. These people were residents, and I said, please look at the signs. There's no pickle or paddleball. It was dark out. I was trying to relax. And they said, we're not leaving. I said, well, Joseph, now I've gotten to know all the police, is going to come down. They said, we don't care. The police were here. We're not leaving. I said, okay, well, they'll come down again. So Joseph went down, and the second it takes a while to get there. They saw him, and Joseph didn't give them a hard time, but because they left. But still, it leaves one on edge. Pickleball is the sound is very disruptive to the nervous system, and I don't know. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
And I appreciate, Ben, you've been very helpful in the past with other things, and
Oh, thanks.
thank you no matter what you're.
Thank you for being, so if you might, please remain. Any questions? I'll start. So Ms. Mooney, you suggested the athletic club is offering to host it. Now they have neighbors all around there. So they're saying that's not a problem?
Well, they already have.
That's what I mean.
They already have pickleball courts.
No, I get that. So they have pickleball courts. I'm looking at their hours, and they have neighbors right, next. But they're saying it's not a problem. We'll do it.
It's not already there. There's you could use the athletic club and Soul Park.
No, I hear that.
Yeah.
I'm just clarifying. So they've already offered to have it there.
Yeah, they did. Didn't
Oh.
they?
No, of course I've been there. Yeah. No, I understand.
Sorry about that.
Not at all.
Talking here, but it's a different surrounding.
Yeah.
You've got Weil Academy around there, up above Weil Academy. Housing. There's a lot of space all around the tennis courts and the pickleball courts. It's just a completely different scenario.
I'm not questioning. I guess I'm in my mind's eye. There's the bike path, and then the house is right across the street from the bike path, across from the athletic club.
No.
No.
They're
Those are the tennis clubs on the Bryant Street side. Is where the pickleball courts are.
Andy, it's quite a ways away.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
So they've offered.
They do well.
No, I mean I'm confirming they've offered to have them there.
They've
Okay.
offered. Yes.
All right. Other questions?
I have
Yeah,
a
please.
question. Is there a new Parks and Rec policy that they were told that accepts special events with pickleball? Because I didn't see it in the packet.
No.
No. So they were just told that there was a new policy. Is that
I was not aware of that.
okay? Because I was just reading in the documents. What is it? Page 92.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
So there isn't.
There's no new policy.
I have a
No.
question. Is there a policy? Yeah, because I remember when those signs went up, and I remember Luis Gomez telling me that he did not put them up. So, I mean, so that was way back when, but and I remember that we had sent this out to have a, consultant, to have the Park and Recs and other people come back with a recommendation on what the policy should be.
Right.
But it never came back.
Mm-mm.
So it never came back. I mean, we talked about it amongst ourselves about whether or not we liked pickleball here, there, or whatever, but we sent it out for a policy and it never came back that I recall. I don't remember it.
So this is
yeah.
before my time, but
Yeah.
from the
Yeah, it was
research
Mark Scott, I think.
right, that I was able to conduct. Clearly, there's a very thorough report that the Parks and Recreation Commission did. It's huge. I've reviewed it, listened to those discussions, read all that. It came before this body. Big discussion about it. And at the end of the discussion, the council direction was for the city manager to, based upon what had just been discussed, to return with the policy. And that's the problem. Did not happen.
But
Yeah, may I
Yeah, please,
may
go
I
ahead.
step in?
Yeah.
The city attorney at the time, Matt Summers, said, "My understanding is that, quote, pickleball is off the table for Libby Park," and then the signs went up after that. So
Said to contact the city.
So
I
if I
remember
could-
that.
if I
It
could
is a
just-
functional
You guys, one person at a
policy.
time, please.
If I could
Yeah,
just continue.
thanks.
So
Go.
what we try to, so this is very illustrative of the situation at hand. We don't, when we make determinations, our course of action is not to go back and listen to, the proceedings in a discussion. Sure, that's helpful in informing a decision, but we look for direction. We look for direction. We look for a policy. We look for an ordinance. We look for something that, is lasting. And unfortunately, there can be a consensus in a discussion. It can be clear that the council feels a certain way, but at the council, and this is why when you see us asking you at the end of your deliberation, okay, we can you repeat that direction? We need to know what we're supposed to do. We need to understand it. Is there something coming back? And I understand at the time it was a fluid time in the city's leadership, right? And that particular interim city manager departed shortly thereafter. So I understand why it likely never returned, but it didn't. And I think, if that's council's direction, we're happy to come back and make it abundantly clear, but it's just not abundantly clear right now. And we don't freestyle when we try to, review and accept applications. We don't feel that that's our role.
You wanted to come in?
Because I had a similar memory that actually of the December 23 meeting of, I remember actually one of the tennis people, I believe it was Peter, at the end of the meeting after we had agreed on Soul Park, coming and saying, can we put this into a policy? And it was, and I don't recall if there was a formal vote, but I do recall us agreeing to that.
But again, just because you agree in a discussion at a council meeting, if it didn't come back and create, there should be a policy that subsequently returns that you adopt.
So I think this is for, the discussion time, but it sure would be a good way to avoid city council policy if it never gets carried out.
Is that a speculation about what happened?
No, the guy who was supposed to carry it out resigned suddenly during one of our meetings, and it never got carried out.
Sure.
That doesn't mean that we didn't give direction.
Oh, I see.
Well, if I could, the motion from that meeting says that the city manager was to return with a recommendation. That was the direction. That's in. You can read it for yourself if you don't believe me. That's in the minutes.
I'm going to say something because I don't want to have to keep going over this. I don't fault Christy or you because you guys didn't have the same information, and you didn't have a thorough explanation for that meeting. So I don't know exactly how I'm going to vote today, but don't think that I think it's because you guys were committing an error. And what I attempted to clarify with the city attorney this morning is that we're deciding de novo, which means that it's our judgment that potentially replaces your judgment. I have a completely different depth of knowledge what happened, and I don't expect you or Christy have had the same knowledge that I did.
I want to form this into a question if we can.
Yeah, I was going to say we need to focus on the questions and then let the applicant make their presentation.
Okay. Yeah, other questions? Anybody?
This is a de novo review. That is, we do take it from the beginning, but we're still required to or maybe we're not, we're still required to map it against the 6 criteria, are we not?
You are. You're still governed by the city code.
Okay, thank you.
So are there any other questions for the appellants?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We will move on to the applicant presentation, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I was just waiting for
Thanks.
the clock to start. I guess you don't start the clock till I
we
start
can't hear
talking.
up here, guys. Thank you.
So, thank you, City Council, everybody else.
Let me ask you to pause. I still can't hear. Please, if we could have quiet in the audience. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you to all of you for just letting us come and talk about this issue. So, honestly, so much of what I wanted to cover has already been talked about. I think that the city manager and the recreation director have done a fantastic job of explaining the legitimate, cogent rationale as to why this permit was approved in the first place and should continue to be approved. let me just start by saying, honestly, I really believe that most of what the tennis community just talked about with all of you and all of the years of discussion that has gone on, that we are talking about apples and oranges. They are two completely different situations. So everything, the PSM report, all the different data that was digested and discussed was relative to one particular topic, and that was the permanent relocation of pickleball to Lower Libby courts. That was what was being discussed. That was what was studied, and a decision was made to not do that, and ultimately resulted in the courts out at Sol Park, which we are very happy to have, and very happy to have the city court still, which I think has the amount of activity there has diminished a whole lot, which I think is, I hope, amenable to the neighbors. But fundamentally, the issue that the tennis community has just been talking about is related to the permanent location of pickleball at Libby Park. And that is a closed discussion. That is a decision that was made that no, that is never going to happen. This is completely different. This is a one-time event. This is a special event. This is something that is not covered by all of those different issues. And so I think also because it is a special event, it is something that is happening once this year, it is also not precedent setting. And I can tell you, at least I think from the standpoint of the pickleball community, there's no intent or no nefarious thinking here of we get our foot in the door, we've had an event there, now we can come back at the city council trying to get pickleball permanently down in Libby courts. No, that is not even anything. So there's no precedential type of concern here that is realistic, honest, or really, I think, related to whatever we're talking about. Just because it's been read so many times, but I just need to refer back to the Ojai Municipal Code itself, that's section 43.301, that delegates to the city manager and his designees the authority for the enforcement of all regulations affecting the facilities designated as parks, including the authority to issue advance reservations for park facilities and the authority to issue permits for use of city park facilities. And obviously that's been discussed. The issue around the obligation on the part of the city manager and his designees to have to issue that permit when the 6 conditions are met. Obviously there's disagreement. I would definitely argue that those 6 conditions have in fact been met. I think there's been enough discussion around public enjoyment, which is really specifically relegated to the park. That's what the language actually says. This is not the general enjoyment of anybody who's walking by or lives in a nearby neighborhood. That's not what the language says. And when you get into the issues of public health and welfare, we could have a long debate about what that means, but I would also argue and agree that that's not a temporary 1 or 2 day activity that rises, above what it might normally be. I think that your point, Mayor, around the tennis courts and the pickleball courts over there is interesting. There's a lot of residences around there, and pickleball is over there, and we're not dealing with complaints there. And so I think that there's some symmetry there as well. I think the only other thing that I really want to point out has to do from the special events policy, which talks about both timing and sound. You were talking about the 10 to 10. Obviously, there was some concerns by the tennis community just this last Saturday night due to rain, and I get it, but still, rules are rules, and there were issues that you alleged, kind of took place over that. But if you read in the special events policy, it says that the city allows amplified sound at the bowl only between 10 and 10 p.m. Sound is monitored on site and staff alerted if levels surpass 70 dB. And there's even a level of 95 dB allowed at the soundboard. Now, this is obviously within the bowl, and there's lots of concerts that take place there that exceed, anything even close to what pickleball is. in the neighborhoods, in the community. These are special events that are sanctioned, that are embraced by the community, and neighbors simply understand that periodically there's going to be these special events that are loud, are noisy, and they end no later than 10 p.m. You go back to the PSM report that was related to the maximum sound on site for pickleball was 60 dBs. It was 55 dBs at 100 feet. That's from the PSM study itself. And obviously the special event rules themselves talk in terms of levels of acceptable levels being up to 70 dBs at the bowl, even up to 95 dBs if you're standing at the soundboard. So again, I think that from the standpoint of parity, that the amount of sound, the level of noise being generated by a 3-day pickleball tournament is doesn't even compete with the amount of noise that is generated by other by other special events. The other thing that I want to talk about, because again, it's kind of alleged that there's going to be this constant noise from 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's simply not realistic. Now, if any of you have ever played in any kind of a tournament, I've played in a number of pickleball tournaments. These are, there is intermittent play. It's not games going all the time. There's a lot of time lag between games because you're waiting for other games to end before the next round of games is going to start. So there's a significant amount of intermittent play, time where there's only 1 or 2 courts that are even being played at all because everybody else is waiting for the next round to begin. So that is one factor. It's also a bracket system. So as the tournament progresses over the course of time, there are fewer and fewer people playing, just like in the tennis tournament. Right? They start with courts all over the city of Ojai, and ultimately they get down to there's 3 or 4 courts where people are playing, and that's all that's going on. That's the same format that we're going to have in pickleball. So it is not this constant noise from 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. That's simply not accurate. So I think that everything else that I would have said has been said, I think, more clearly by city staff, by the legal counsel, by Ms. Rivera, and I appreciate that. And I really just want to end by kind of referencing what is also in the administrative report, and that is that what the city council, what you guys are charged with doing tonight, is to determine whether the city staff correctly applied the standards for issuance of the park facility use permit enumerated in the municipal code, section 43.403, and the existing city policies when approving the permit for the pickleball tournament. And honestly, I understand the context. I've been at lots of these meetings. I understand the years of rancor over this, but the reality is, as Mr. Harvey has said and Ms. Rivera has said, is that there is a process here in the city. They followed that process. There are criteria that are considered. They considered all of those criteria. They came to a decision that this tournament was acceptable given everything that they had to consider. And for you now to override that, to come to a different conclusion, honestly, I think would be unconscionable. So I am asking you to let the permit stand, let the pickleball tournament proceed, and we'll all be happy.
Thank you. Hold up. I know. Don't waste their time. Mr. Roth? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Randy Roth. I'm a citizen of Ojai and an enthusiastic but not very talented pickleball player. I believe the recreation director and the city staff made the correct decision in granting the permit for the pickleball tournament. Further, I believe that the appeal against the city's decision to grant the permit is based upon either slippery reasoning or inadvertent misunderstanding. The document, the appeals document, states that the city of Ojai has adopted a policy forbidding pickleball at Libby Park. I am not aware of any law or ordinance stating that to that effect. When I look for some evidence to support that position, the closest I can locate is a finding by the pickleball acoustic consultant. that if pickleball were to be permanently allowed at Libby Park, some sound remediation would be necessary. For 20 years, I was a consultant to city and state governments here in the United States and overseas. In the course of my consulting career, I made hundreds, maybe thousands of recommendations to my clients. When my clients received my findings and recommendations, they sometimes followed my advice and sometimes they didn't. I cannot think of a single instance where my recommendation was then enshrined as a law or ordinance. So for the appeal to build its case upon an acoustics consultant's finding is a category error and rhetorical. It is an elaborate legalistic monument built upon a flimsy foundation. I urge the council to recognize the specious reasoning and to reject it. The city made the right decision in granting the permit and should stick with this decision.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thanks, Al.
Good evening, staff, council, mayor. Tim Kraut. I've got 3 little bullet points tonight that I want to discuss real quickly. The real reason why we're here. The real reason, in my mind, to me, is that you have a group of people that feel over the years that this facility, this public park, belongs to them. That's not the case. Okay, that's point number 1. Point number 2, zoning. Your own noise ordinance exempts public, quasi-public districts or PL zones. Libby Park is in a PL zone, so that's exempt from noise. In that PL zone, you have public and private schools, colleges, universities, parks, playgrounds, and recreational centers. So that's in the PL zone. Number 3, the grant deed that I have here in front of me is dated March 27th, 1917, from Edward D. Libby and Florence Scott Libby. On the first page, basically on the first page, it's saying this property would be perpetuity used as a park and a place of recreation and pleasure. When you go to the middle of the grant deed, on page 5, it says public park and place for recreation and pleasure for the people of Ojai Valley. Not one group, but Ojai Valley. It also says on page 5, not for private parties or corporations or private gain or advantage. When you go to the page 7, where it kind of wraps up the grant deed, it states, make available for a tennis tournament, music festival, similar non-profit civic, culture, and recreational events, and may reasonably continue or expand in the future. This document here is your foundation. You, as the council, you have to make sure this is followed. And by doing that, you need to allow us to use the park. Thank you.
Whoa. Guys, please. You're not helping the cause by clapping. So, got it. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and
Hello.
council members. My name is Linda Wilson, and I am an Ojai Valley resident. I am the treasurer for the Ojai Valley Pickleball Incorporated. To date, Ojai Valley Pickleball has spent $8,854.78 preparing for our tournament scheduled for June 5th. We're excited that players both locally and from out of town have signed up and have paid to participate in this tournament. Many hours have been spent driving around to other pickleball organizations and emailing to get the word out about the tournament. We've gone to local merchants and restaurants, speaking with them about how to get involved with us. It's been a very positive experience. Many local merchants are excited for us and want to donate items and possibly contribute. And I would also like to clarify any misunderstandings or rumors regarding Tim or Brenda Kraut making any money off of this tournament. They have not received any money, nor will they receive any money from the tournament. In fact, they have personally fronted the money for approximately half of the tournament costs to cover the deficit. All the donations that we've been receiving go directly into the Ojai Valley Pickleball Bank account. As most people who have ever been involved in organizing a function are well aware, we would be fortunate if we even broke even. So it's hard to believe that we're even having this conversation, and I'm sorry for taking your time on this, but thank you for hearing and listening to us.
I appreciate
Thank
it. Nobody wants to take my advice. Is that the end of your presentation? Questions? One question I want to ask is, so on the numbers, we had asked about that. And so is that number that's proposed in the permit, is that an expression of what you imagine the whole weekend to be in total, or in any instance of time, would it be that many people in the park?
In total.
So
Over
spell
the
that
period
out.
of 3 days.
Okay, so how do you see yourself not exceeding 150 in any instance?
Per day?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. No, I'm asking a question and I get the answer. Okay. Other questions?
Mayor?
Yes,
I
please.
just wanted to thank Councilmember Whitman, because I know that the council member and the rest of the council does understand the situations that we're in. And I do
Mhm.
appreciate him making that statement, and we obviously respect and will follow whatever the direction the council provides. So
Oh,
thank
no,
you.
thanks. I appreciate that. Any other questions? Now, this is a hypothetical question, I guess, but when you hear a conversation like the athletic club or moving around, what's your reaction to that? Is that a possibility, or what are you thinking?
I haven't spoken to those people.
Right.
I mean, if you're going by what they say, I don't know.
Again, it's only, I just heard it tonight for the first time. So.
Yeah. I couldn't comment because I haven't spoken to them.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just
Yeah.
to clarify so that we can get this clear, is there
Mhm.
any adopted city ordinance, resolution, or formal policy that prohibits a facility use permit for a pickleball event at Libby Park?
Not that I'm aware of. There was a recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission, but as an advisory body to the city council, they only make recommendations. And so unless a subsequent policy was adopted by council that we are not aware of, no policy was formally adopted by the council.
Thank you.
A follow-up question for me. What Mr. Kraut was mentioning about the PL zone, is that accurate? Mr. Seibert isn't here, I don't think.
Could that statement be
Will you say again, Mr. Kraut, what you said? You said the PL zone is exempt from the noise?
Is Lucas here?
I don't see him here.
I can look it up. I don't
Okay.
know.
We
I
would
don't know
have to
that. I had
take,
to look
we
it
would
up.
have
I
to
don't
take
know.
a quick break and look that up.
And that's okay. That's it. Well, we can do that if we want to, but I was just curious about that. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. So our next step is rebuttal. So 5 minutes for each rebuttal. The city. Ms. Rivera, do you have anything, or Ms. Burgess?
None from the city attorney's office, but I will defer to staff.
Okay.
No.
None.
And nothing that gave you any pause. Okay. And if there's any questions, speak up. I'm speaking to my colleagues here. And no, you're right. Appellant rebuttal. Yes, thank you, Ms. Quimby.
Good evening, Mayor
Hello.
and members of the council. My name is Karen Quimby, and I'm representing the neighbors of Libby Park. And now I'm going to just focus on 3 core issues that are at hand here: policy integrity, legal compliance, and documented impacts, followed by a clear solution. This is not a routine special event. It contradicts city policy. The city presents this as a standard permit. It is not. The city has already made a clear, evidence-based determination that pickleball does not belong at Libby Park. The Parks and Recreation Commission unanimously recommended against it. The city relied on a professional acoustic study to support that conclusion. The city attorney said that this option was off the table, and the city posted no pickleball signs at the courts. That is policy in practice. If a use has been studied, rejected, and publicly disallowed, that can now be approved by simply calling it a special event, then no city policy has real meaning. A special event permit is meant for otherwise appropriate uses, not to override a use the city has already determined is incompatible with this location. The permit does not meet the city's own legal standards. Under the municipal code, a permit may only be issued if it does not interfere with public enjoyment or harm public health and welfare. This permit fails both, as you will hear in public comment. The noise will impact not only nearby residents, but also people using Libby Park for quiet recreation. And it exceeds the city's 150-person event limit. Mr. Crow can say that only 150 people or fewer will be there on each day, but how do we know? The permit, the application said 320 people. Taken together, this permit contradicts city policy, ignores event limits, and disregards the city's own findings. The noise impacts are already proven and severe. This is not speculative. The city's own acoustic study found that even 2 pickleball courts at Lower Libby exceed acceptable levels, noise levels. And some courts could never be used because of that. 16 courts would produce noise that cannot be made acceptable. Yet this proposal is for 16 courts. That is not comparable to tennis or music events. The city's own data makes that clear. And fourth, finally, there is a clear and reasonable solution here. It's not about canceling the tournament. There are more than 20 dedicated pickleball courts in the Ojai Valley. This tournament can be right-sized or distributed across multiple venues, just as the Ojai Valley Tennis Club operates their tournaments. It can be held as Soul Park, which, by the way, was specifically developed for pickleball play. It is a facility for pickleball, and the fact that nobody has discussed the fact that why isn't this event being held at Soul Park is crazy. I mean, let's have a discussion about that. And the athletic club has expressed willingness to talk to the pickleball club to hold the event there. That's documented. Mr. Kraut seems uninterested in holding this event only at the place of Libby Park. So he doesn't jump at that opportunity, you might have noticed. So in conclusion, this case is not about pickleball. We all love pickleball. It's about whether the city will follow its own studies, its own policies, and legal standards. The city studied this issue. It reached a clear conclusion. It communicated that conclusion to the public with no pickleball signs. And now it's acting contrary to that, without process and without justification. Those decisions cannot be set aside this easily. They are not policies. If those decisions can be set aside this easily, they are not policies, they are suggestions. We respectfully ask you to rescind the permit, relocate the tournament to appropriate venues, and adopt a clear resolution prohibiting pickleball at Libby Park courts going forward at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Quimby? Okay, thanks very much. And then rebuttal from the applicant, if there's any. Thank you.
My name is Brenda Kraut.
Hello.
And I'm on the Pickleball, Ojai Valley Pickleball Inc. Board. And I just wanted, there's a couple of misconceptions that Councilmember Lang mentioned, that pickleball destroys the courts for the tennis courts. Well, that is just not true. I mean, we wear the same shoes tennis players use. Like Ms. Rivera pointed out, the tape that we've used to tape the court, to use them, it does not, that's what it's specifically made for. It does not leave a residue. And there is no, I mean, it's not like we're out there with hockey sticks or something. We're playing with a paddle that is similar to a tennis racket. We're hitting a ball. So there is no damage. That is a misconception. Another thing too is that I know that that 13-month study that the Rec Commission did. In fact, one of our very good friends was on that commission, and she was the main person who did that study. Karen Wilson. She has since passed. But she tried at that particular time when that study was completed, the commission did not have enough members or enough residents within the city to meet. Miss Wilson got up here in front of the council. It was a different council, of course, but at least twice trying to present that because she had spent 13 months doing it. And she was never able to because the council would not hear her because she was not the full commission. So it is really not a total truth that that study was, and that review by the commission was really presented to and accepted by this council. Another thing that has been pointed out so much up here is the noise issue. This is a temporary event. We live on Saddle Lane, and we hear the music festival, we hear the rock concerts that are there on the weekends. We hear the tennis tournament. We hear the tennis tournament with their speakers and stuff. I mean, we're not right next door. We are at least a half a mile away, and there's mountain and stuff. So you cannot, no one in that is being totally honest can say that this tournament is going to create more noise at a higher level for a longer period of time than any of those other events that are there. And I'm not complaining and saying don't have any of those events. That's what that park is for. Just like Tim pointed out, that was the total intent by the Libbies when they granted that to the city. And in that grant deed, it says that if these stipulations are not upheld by the city, which is you're the ones assigned to uphold that, then it can revert back to the heirs. Whether there are any heirs, I have no idea. But I mean, I don't think that the council should risk losing that park and have some heir show up and say, you can't be denying people use of that park just because the tennis people want to think that that belongs to them. Nowhere in that grant deed does it say this park is being given to the city exclusively for tennis. It does not say that. It doesn't say it. You can read it. It's in your packet. So I really hope that you will all remember that you represent everybody in this city, not just your friends, and the people that I know have lobbied you. Another thing I wanted to point out and question is, why is Karen Quimby up here? She is not a member. She does not live by the park. She doesn't live anywhere in this neighborhood.
Let me ask you to pause. Any questions at this stage? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. I know, a lot of passion here. I'll move to public comments now, of which I have many cards. Celeste, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. And how do I instruct me? Matasivac. Celeste Matasivac, got it. And then I have Katarina Matasivac after that, and then I have Larry Steingold. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Andy and council members and others. My name is Celeste Matasivac. Now you all know
Thank
how
you
to
so
say
much.
it. And I'm a homeowner right at Libby Park. And from my home, I see the upper courts and the lower courts. So I've had 30 years of living there, and I can tell you guys a lot of stuff that goes on there that nobody sees, you know. But I'm here to respectfully request that there is a reconsideration of the 3-day planned pickleball tournament, because it's directly in not only my home's view, but, you know, all around. And I understand that community events are, we love them. I hear them all, whether we like them or not. They're there. But it's really the prolonged and the elevated noise level to disrupt us and the residents. And so I'm asking to reconsider for another location. And I am a homeowner along with my brother and sister. And you'll hear from my sister now. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Yeah, let's try not to clap when everybody comes up, if it's okay. Let's just keep moving on. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, everyone. I have a note here to say something.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Andy and members of the council. I am Katarina Manasidak, and I am a neighbor of Libby Park, along with my brother Ivan. Ivan can't be here today because he is disabled and homebound. I'm disabled also. We have caregivers who come in daily to help us, along with my sister Celeste. We are worried about the noise of this pickleball tournament. We are worried that we won't be able to go outside for 3 days and will be trapped in our house. My sister has read the city's sound study and told me that the noise from the pickleball will even come into our house with the windows and doors closed. This is not right. And I don't like it either, so yeah. We live with a lot of events at Libby Park, of course, but they last for two hours, and often it's music. Even if I don't like the music, I know it will be over in 2 hours. 3 days of really loud pickleball noise will cause my brother and I great distress. We ask the city council to please stop the permit for the tournament. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
And thank you very much for me to be here with you guys.
Thanks for being here. I
Thanks.
appreciate it. Larry Steingold, please come up. And then Denise Skippy Keown, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then Katrina Reich-Schmidt, please.
What a fine mess you have us into. Slippery slope, sure. Spending $1 million for courts in Sewell Park, a lawsuit to have tennis, have pickleball, brought on by our city councilor, who's obviously voting one way, and that's fine. having to buy the property next door because of pickleball, most likely, because it probably wouldn't have happened, maybe. So we spent millions on taking care of this problem. And it was all about sound. That's what it's all about. You want to have pickleball there for the special event today? Great. How come you didn't go to Sewell Park? That's what we did it for, not for anybody else. I don't play pickleball. I don't play tennis. But we just spent $600 million for this. You didn't know about Ojai Valley? Whatever.
600,000.
Millions of dollars. We spent a lot. A scroll, okay? We spent a lot.
Okay.
Okay. Didn't know about Ojai Valley Athletic Club? Come on. Come on. You're playing pickleball here. You know where all the pickleball courts are. Have it there. The Constitution of California says all people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy.
Mm-hmm.
Being irritated, and it is irritating constantly. It's a nice game, but to be there constantly is not bringing on happiness. It certainly doesn't bring on enjoyment, right? I enjoy golf. It's not fun. Okay, I don't have happiness, right? It's okay. But this, I mean, we're just creating another problem. They have their event. They have it at Sewell Park. They have it somewhere else. We forbid, pickleball there, and call it a day. I'm sorry, okay? But the noise, constancy, I mean, maybe you can make a deal with the tennis people. I don't know, but right now, or they can raise the money and build sound walls around the tennis courts. 6 feet, 8 feet, 12 feet, 20 feet high. It can be like Dannemora Prison. Okay, but that's okay. But we've had enough, $4 million or more, and this has been going on. So please, don't give them the permit, split it up, but make it conditional, and that's the end of it. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. Denise Skippy Keown, please tell me how to pronounce your last name. Katrina Reich-Schmidt, and then Danny Everett, please. How do you pronounce your last name?
Cowan.
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 Cowan. Okay, got it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Denise Cowan, but everybody knows me as Skippy. Isn't Libby Park a public park? According to the grant deed, Libby Park is to be used for recreation for the people of the Ojai Valley. Permits can be issued to nonprofit organizations, and the Ojai Pickleball Group is a nonprofit organization. With that said, I don't understand why we're even here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Katrina, that's okay. Try your best. Katrina Reich-Schmidt, Danny Everett, and then Mark Hapak, please.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
My name is Katrina Reich-Schmidt, and I live in downtown Ojai. I'm an avid tennis fan and tennis player. And first of all, I want to make it clear that the tennis community as a group is not against the sport of pickleball. Many of us play both. We play tennis and pickleball. Ojai tennis at Libby Park has been a tradition since 1896. That's 130 years at Libby Park, before the incorporation of the city of Ojai itself. The Ojai Tennis Tournament is now nearing its 125th tournament year. Planning for that started yesterday. And the tennis tournament and the tennis courts are designated City of Ojai landmarks, and it's landmark number 11 for the City of Ojai. Over 130 years, the Ojai Valley Tennis Club has put substantial financial resources, over $600,000 for upkeep of the courts, just since in the last 25 years, and sweat equity into the Libby Park courts for use in the city Parks and Rec tennis programs, for junior tennis events, for clinics, for various tournaments throughout the year, and the world-famous annual tennis tournament, which happens to be in April. The investment of the tennis club for purpose-built tennis courts results in pristine courts that draw world-class tennis to Ojai and provide Ojai residents the opportunity to play tennis on well-maintained public courts that anyone can play on. Any resident of Ojai can play on those courts, play tennis. And not many other cities in the nation can offer these pristine courts because of the money put into those courts by the tennis club. For this reason, the purpose-built tennis courts should be used for tennis purposes only. The issue of prohibiting pickleball has been before the city since 2017. In 2023, the City Council was presented a report commissioned by the Parks and Recreation Commission, including a sound study, which concluded that pickleball should not be played at Libby Park for many reasons, mainly because the loud noise from plastic pickleballs hitting hard pickleball paddles and the hard ground and the prohibitive cost estimate to mitigate that sound. After the report was presented to City Council, it was clear at that meeting that City Council would pursue other solutions for pickleball to be played elsewhere. In 2024, signs were posted at Libby Park tennis courts that state no.
Katrina, let me ask you to pause if I can. We get what you're saying. Thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Unfortunately, it creates chaos when we allow that. So, is it absolutely required? I'm going to ask you not to. That's okay. Trust me, chaos has ensued when I give people more time. Thank you. Next, please. I know, yes. Danny Everett, Mark Happich, and then Leslie. It's Gache. Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello. Good evening. My name's Danny Everett. I'm here. Ojai is a special place. And what makes Ojai so special are the people here in Ojai. It's kind of sad that I'm here. I'm sitting in the audience, and I know this is a very passionate thing. And I hope what comes out of this is people will be able to come back together and kind of see where each person's coming from, because some of the venom and some of the opposition on each side of people, the things you hear people mumbling, the things you hear people saying, it just feels like a fight that really should not be happening. When you think about the tennis court, I'm a captain of a USTA team, and reserving the court sometimes is very difficult, being able to get the courts, and to have a court reserved for a sport that no matter what you say, if you go and you look and take a tour of places that's had pickleball on a tennis court and the tape that they say that put no marking, if you go over to Ojai Valley in the spa right now and look at some of their tennis courts that have those lines on there, you still see those lines on there. So no matter what they say, there's still damage done to tennis courts when you put down adhesive tape on a tennis court. There was a time when the kids in this community would come on the tennis court, and some still do, and they would ride their bikes and their skateboard on the court and cause damage to the courts with scarring and things like that. It was not their fault. They had nowhere to go. We built a skate park for them, and that for the most part has really resolved that issue. And if you would see someone riding a skateboard on a tennis court now, you would think, oh, that's very rude and inconsiderate, particularly when you have a facility designed for that actual activity. To have a pickleball court now on tennis courts when you have built a designated area and designated courts for that event, it just really seems like, why are we fighting? And it's not that we feel as tennis players that we own those courts. I've played pickleball. It's a great sport. I play pickleball on a pickleball court, and I play tennis on the tennis court. It seems like a very simple solution, and you have to ask yourself, why are pickleball players not wanting to play at a pickleball facility? Why are pickleball players not wanting to take up an offer of a facility that has great courts and a great opportunity to play on, not jumping at to go see what they can work out there as opposed to fighting to play on a tennis court? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mark Happich, please, and then Leslie Gash and Susan Stifelman. Thank you.
And you thought you got rid of me. You didn't. Anyhow, I'm Mark Happick, again, president of the Ojai Valley Tennis Club. I want to reiterate, as a tax-paying resident of Ojai, we just spent $500,000 to build the pickleball courts. For pickleball players, I have neighbors, I have friends. I don't play pickleball. Maybe I will one day. But I'd sure like to see those facilities used for what they were built for. As mentioned before, we just finished up our 124th year of our tennis tournament, one of the oldest tennis tournaments in the country. And we use a lot of different courts, not just Libby Park. So I think that in the interest of the pickleball people, maybe they can take a page out of our book and do the same thing. I'm totally for pickleball because I think it's great. It's getting people out to do some exercise that they normally can't play tennis. So I'm excited about that. But I would sure like, again, to see those pickleball courts used for what they were built for. As far as Parks and Recreation Department, under the direction of our city manager, we're not heading in the right direction of the 2024 discussion at Parks and Recreation Commission and City Council, but instead made an in-house policy counter to those discussions that would allow pickleball tournaments at Libby Park as a special event. They keep coming back as a special event. Never heard that term until a few months ago. So I would just ask that City Council just hear our plea, see the big picture. We're not against pickleball. Want to reiterate that again. Like to see all of you come back next meeting with some kind of a formal resolution prohibiting pickleball at Libby Park once and for all. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. And I just maybe want, not for you, I want to note, so essentially the appellant is presenting again. So if the applicant wants to also present for their time, I want to honor that as well.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Leslie, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Please come up. And then Susan Stifelman, and then Chad Ress.
Hi, Leslie Gosh.
Gosh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
And I spoke several weeks ago about being denied court reservations for that particular weekend of the 5th through the 7th. For the lower Libby tennis courts, I am a captain of a USTA team, and I was looking for those specific dates, and I was denied. So, of course, I was very upset because that forced me to speak to the other captain and just rearrange the dates. So to me, it just seemed a bit unfair because I was being denied access to tennis courts as a tennis player while those courts were designated for a pickleball tournament. It just didn't seem fair to me. And there are signs on the 8 tennis court, on each of those tennis courts, prohibiting pickleball, and each bearing the City Hall logo. So I was just, I don't know what to say. Do you see the hypocrisy? So anyway, there are a total of 13 dedicated pickleball courts at Soul Park, City Hall, and Lake Casitas, and 20 if you count OVAC. But there are just 8 tennis courts in the Ojai Valley, 8 public tennis courts. People like me, where do we go? If we can't access those courts, where could I have gone to play, right? So that's the point I want to make. And at Libby Park, we have many USTA matches. We have World Team Tennis. We have clinics for adults, children. It just goes on. Many weekend players, especially on the weekends. So if the tennis courts are allocated to pickleball, like I said, where do we go? Where do tennis players go? So why isn't pickleball being played on pickleball courts? That's all I ask. So I hope you recognize that Libby Park is not the only venue available for pickleball tournaments. Like previously, Mark said that we just held the Ojai Tennis Tournament, and we utilized courts at Libby, Nordhoff, Villanova, the Ojai Valley Inn, the Athletic Club. If the Pickleball Club wishes to host its tournament, it should consider following the tennis model and collaborate with these entities to use their courts. So I respectfully request that the city reconsider the proposed pickleball tournament in June and all future pickleball play at Libby Park. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
To your previous comment, if to the extent that the applicants have a representative who would like to make one more 3-minute comment, we would allow that. But
Of course.
But I do think we need to ensure that because the appellant and the applicant have already had 25 minutes to present their perspective on this, beyond that, I would recommend that we do not allow those same individuals to comment again.
Understood. Yeah, we should have stopped that when it happened. Susan Stifelman, please, and then Chad Reese, and then Ian Mondel. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Susan Stifelman. I am very happy owner of a home on South Signal Street. It's a haven. It's a refuge. It's heaven on earth for us. And we pinch ourselves every day that we get to live there. It's up the slope from the park. We knew when we bought our home that there would be concerts, there would be a tennis tournament, there would be activities in the park, bandstand things, movies, and we're fine with all of it. Pickleball is in its own category. There's nothing that compares with the sound of that whack against that racket, whatever kind of racket you use or ball. It's painful to hear, even for, and we can hear it from the city hall courts as well. But there's enough distance upslope, so the courts that that they're considering. I've had people, we would have to leave for 3 days. It's so awful, the sound, and we've been vilified, and it's been suggested that we don't want people to have their fun, or that we knew when we moved there that things might be happening because we're adjacent to a park, but nothing like this. This is in its own category. And I have to ask why. These are our friends and neighbors. We love pickleball. We have friends who play. Why would you impose that kind of awfulness on your neighbors when there are other options? Why would you sanction something that is clearly in violation of our welfare? However you want to broaden the description, you could broaden the description of recreation to include all kinds of things that shouldn't be considered. So I would just say, if this was next to your home, if it was adjacent to your home, and there's lots of homes different from the athletic club, this park is in a residential neighborhood surrounded by homes. You wouldn't want it. You'd be in my position. You'd be standing here imploring the people who have the ability to safeguard your enjoyment of your place where you live. We're not against it, and we just don't understand. There's so many lawsuits over this across the country. There's no question about the damage and the impact of the noise, and no way to mitigate. And 3 days, however many courts are in use at any given time, it's 3 days. It's unfair, it's unkind, and there are many of us here, some who have come, some who can't come, but please consider the needs of those in this area and deny the use of the courts.
Thank you. Chad Ress, Ian Mondel, and then Paul Stanton, please.
Good evening, Mayor,
Hi.
Council members. I'm Chad Ress, captain of the Ojai men's USTA tennis team and a volunteer for the Ojai tennis tournament. Members of our tennis team practice regularly at the Libby tennis courts. For many years, I could schedule a match with friends or teammates during peak hours and feel confident that a court would be available. In the past 3 years, I've noticed that the tennis courts have become increasingly in demand due to the growing tennis community, both visiting and local. These resources are consistently in use by tennis players. During peak hours, players are often waiting for courts and sometimes do not have access to them at all due to special events. My son and his junior tennis community recently volunteered as ball kids for over 20 hours at the Ojai tennis tournament. They love tennis. They practice 3 days a week at the courts and should have priority access to these courts. Our USTA team cannot play tennis on pickleball courts. My son and his friends cannot play tennis on pickleball courts. I don't see why pickleball players should be able to take over tennis courts when they have been so generously supported in building their own by the Ojai community. There are now 10 public pickleball courts in Ojai. There's only 8 public tennis courts. If mistakes were made in building the new pickleball facilities, the solution cannot be to hand over tennis facilities in remediation. Now more than ever, Libby's tennis courts should be honored and protected as they were intended as part of the original land gift to the city. It's a public facility for tennis. Those are tennis courts. To be used by tennis players for the sport of tennis. Full stop. Respectfully ask that you reconsider this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ian Mondel, Paul Stanton, and then Randy Haney, please. Hi.
Hey guys, I am really fired up today, so I hope to get through everything that I have to say. First of all, one of the reasons I'm fired up is because I'm pro tournament. I'm pro pickleball tournament after pickleball courts. Okay, that's where that belongs. I was supposed to speak on the sound issue. It's evident that was really well covered today. And I hope our board will allow me to go just slightly off script here for a little bit. I was going to cover the sound study, the obvious ignorance of it, the disregard for it, and now we just learned it wasn't even filed. That's really interesting. To refute something that was said earlier in the pickleball presentation, they are wrong saying that the study forbid permanent use. I believe the wording that was used was no pickleball on an even interim basis. I know you guys don't go back and read the transcripts or re-listen, but that is the words that was used. We're arguing over how to define special event, define enjoyment. How about we define what a tennis court is? Tennis court, right? How about enforcing pickleball on pickleball courts? That's a novel idea. It's as simple as that. I don't play tennis on pickleball courts. We're not displacing basketball players for the Ojai tennis tournament, are we? Is basketball a special event? Can they rent out a tennis court? I don't know, maybe. That's what seems to be going on here. Skateboarding, that's on one of the signs that people can't do on these courts. This war over pickleball, it's waged across the entire U.S. between pickleball and tennis. This doesn't need to happen. All they have to do is play on their own courts. It's really as simple as that. In other areas, okay, maybe there's tennis courts that don't get used. Chad very well explained. Our tennis courts get used. All 8 courts were used yesterday after the tournament. Right? That's what this tournament does. It inspires tennis players. It inspires the youth to go out and play tennis. That is the mission of the Ojai Valley Tennis Club, is to inspire the youth to play tennis. And we are a tennis town. Okay? We were voted one of the best tennis towns in the U.S. That's why we have the Lower Libby courts. Not because of pickleball, right? I don't doubt that the pickleball community will now try to say that the tennis tournament violates city policy because they've shown zero regard for anybody in the community except for themselves. You heard them pointing out the sound of the tennis tournament.
You don't have to yell. We hear you.
Okay.
Just talk.
You heard them pointing out that the sound of the tennis tournament this year was a problem. You heard them bringing that up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tournament brought in 3,500 fans this year, 650 volunteers, nearly 1,000 players. This all stimulates the economy. This is part of the fabric of Ojai, okay? This has been here since 1895. At this point, I don't even care what the policy says. Pass a policy tonight that says no pickleball at the Libby Park courts. This is not a one-time thing. That's why they're calling it the first tournament in Ojai. This started with Ojai Day. We've tried to appeal that as a tennis community. The antagonism is one-sided. It is the pickleball community refusing to take no for an answer at Libby Park, just like they did at the courts here at City Hall.
Thank you. Paul Stanton, please, Randy Haney, and then Renee Roth.
Paul had to leave.
Okay. Randy Haney, please, Renee Roth, and then Lynn Kostelny. Hello, sir.
Good evening, council. God, I miss this.
Yeah?
6 o'clock to 8:40. You guys are crazy. First of all, Mrs. Burgess, yes? Great job. First time meeting you. Great job of stating what we're here for. Facts. You stated the facts, clearly stated them. That's what you five are here tonight for. To hear the facts. I started out with this pickleball thing, I don't know how many years ago, and I understand the emotions that are involved in it, clearly. But we're here tonight for facts. And the facts are, we have a deed that states what the use of that facility is for, and it's for all. Not limited, not restricted, it's for all. So that's the first thing I would look at. What's the true intent when that family deeded this property to this community? The second thing is, what's the ordinance that the city is supposed to be following? And right now that's gray. Right now that is based on the fact that it was conducted hearings in 2023 and hearings conducted in 2018 and 2017 and who knows and who knows. So I'm just saying, you guys are here tonight not to settle the dispute of a group of people in a sandbox that for some reason can't play together. You're here to look at the facts, and the facts are real clear. They are in favor of the applicant to use that facility on a special use basis one time. If you'd like to come back or direct staff to bring back a different policy, that's for another day and another time. It's not what you're here for tonight. So I respectfully ask you, look at the facts and leave the emotions where they should be, on the chairs or out the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. Renee Roth, please, Lynn Kostelny, and then Jamie Santana.
Good evening, council
Hello.
and staff. I like following Randy Haney because he's experienced, he's been here, and he knows what he's talking about. This is a difficult issue. First of all, I think you need to look at what was asked for in this appeal. They didn't just ask to sit down at the table and say, let's work this out. They said, rescind the permit, refund all the fees, and adopt a resolution permanently banning pickleball play on all tennis courts. So that doesn't seem very welcoming, or let's try to sit down and work this out. This is like, we don't tolerate pickleball in our courts. And that feels a little strong and heavy-handed to me. So when I saw that, I was really shocked because I agree, the parks are for public purposes. The city does have a responsibility to follow the law. The city does have a responsibility to basically follow what your policies and your laws say, and you have to say what is allowed and what isn't allowed. And if this is within those parameters, you have to allow it. You can't deny it. It was a shall. You shall authorize that permit. So it's really unfortunate that pickleball is again being used as a political football that divides the community and weakens trust in local government. That's really what I see happening. We've seen it before, and this is part of a pattern. When we see well-organized opposition, such as by Miss Karen Quimby, who comes up and mobilizes quickly, amplifies concerns, and escalates them into a sense of a crisis, that momentum is then used to push demands that go far beyond balance, demands that effectively seek to eliminate or severely restrict the lawful public use of our public parks for a special event. That's what they're asking to happen tonight. I honestly think that's just very unreasonable. Measure O. Let's talk about Measure O. Remember when the voters approved Measure O? And in November of 24, those same types of tactics were used, and the people had to go door to door, knock on doors, and say, please, will you allow us to play in Libby Park, or in City Hall Park courts? And what did the voters say? Yes, it was close, but the voters said, yes, we want you to play in the park. We want you to play pickleball. Please heed what the voters have already voted for and take note that this is what
Thank you, Ms. Roth. Lynn Kostelny, Jamie Santana, and then Bodycomb. Oh, Mark Bodycomb. Sorry, thanks. Didn't see the mic. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Lynn. I'm a resident. I live on Summer and Signal, and I've been sitting there. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but I thought that after listening to everyone's statements, I just wanted to offer a few points that I thought was important to highlight. The first thing is that everyone keeps saying the park, like the park is for everybody. Park is for everybody. I think I am of the mind that we need to respectfully request the use for the permit to be rescinded. And I'm saying that we're not talking about the park. We're talking about tennis courts. We're talking about courts for a sport. The second thing that I wanted to call out is that it came up here tonight for the first time that I'm hearing that the city actually doesn't have an official stance on the policy of if the pickleball is allowed on Libby courts. But when you go down to the courts, there's a sign from the city saying they're not allowed. And this city council paid $600,000+ to install pickleball courts. So it's like, if there's no policy, why were these really big changes made, right? The second thing is that the first gentleman that spoke for the pickleball committee actually said, and I wrote this down, he agreed that it's been established that there's no pickleball at Libby. He said that in his argument. But we're sitting in a room talking about whether pickleball could be played at Libby. It's like Groundhog's Day. It keeps going on and on and on and on. It's crazy to listen to. I can't listen to my boyfriend talk about this anymore. I plead to you guys about this.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing is that he made the point that this is one time, right? Just one time in all of history, they need to play on Libby courts. Okay, but then the other two gentlemen from the pickleball committee went on to then ask, no, it's not one time. They are asking you guys to allow pickleball at Libby forever, in perpetuity. So what is the angle? And then I will leave you with, we just talked about Measure O. Didn't the city hall courts get closed? Someone here made that decision. You guys made that decision. I don't know. The court was closed, and then we all had to vote on it. I voted on it, and now it's back open. Do you guys see a pattern? Who is making the decisions at where pickleball gets played? Thanks.
Thank you. Jamie Santana, please, and then Mark Bodycomb. Hello. You got props.
I got props. Yeah. Thank Mayor, council, staff, thanks for hearing me. My wife and I have traveled all over, and we cannot find a better city than Ojai. This is really the coolest city. It really is. The coolest city we've ever lived in. We live here in town, and we are in favor of allowing the tournament to take place. We are huge tennis supporters and sponsors. I'm huge pickleball supporter, sponsor. The talk about Soul Park courts is they're not in the city of Ojai. They're in the county. And the synergy we have when people come to town and park and walk, it's wonderful. The tennis tournament is the coolest tournament my wife and I have ever been to and have supported. It's awesome. Pickleball is not, it's a weekend event, falls within the criteria of what's allowed. So let's not hate, let's participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Bodycomb, please. Did you were speaking though before?
I'm the applicant rebuttal.
Responding
You said
to
that
the-
they got one.
Oh, yes, right.
we
Okay,
got
come,
one.
please.
I'm
Yeah.
it.
Understood. Thank you. Sorry, my confusion.
No worries.
Thank you.
And all I want to do is just clarify a few things.
Okay.
One, you asked a question about the number of people that would be there on a daily basis. I don't think that was clearly answered. It will absolutely be under 150. There was a question is, how do they know that? It has to do with there are different, there are mixed doubles playing one day, women playing one day, men playing another day. The 300 is the total, actually it's really 200 of 220 total participants divided up between 3 days. So that maximum number that is being alleged, that is being violated, that is not true. That is not what's going to happen. Number two, as to why don't we play pickleball on pickleball courts? We do. We do all the time. I play at City. I play at Seoul. My wife and I played in a tournament in Santa Barbara last year, and there's another one in about 3 weeks. And it has 300 plus pickleball players that come and play on the tennis courts, the municipal tennis courts in Santa Barbara. Why do they do that? Because there aren't enough pickleball courts to run a tournament, and they use the tennis courts, and we've been there, and it works out just fine. There's temporary courts that are put up. There's tape that's put down. There's no damage to the courts, that kind of stuff. So the answer as to why are we doing it at Libby is because of logistics. It's really now again, didn't know anything. We didn't know anything. I haven't been involved in organizing it, but as far as whether the racket club, offered, don't know what that's going to cost or don't know any of that. But the whole rationale behind having the tournament at Lower Libby is you've got a single location where enough courts can be temporarily crafted to allow the tournament to take place. And you can't do that at Seoul Park. You can't do that at City. You can't do that out at the lake. It's simply not possible. So that's just a very simple, pragmatic explanation as to why is the tournament being proposed and the permit, requested to be held at Libby Park. So I just wanted to clarify those things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That's my last comment card. Yes. Anybody online?
Mayor, we still have 10 attendees with no raised hands.
Okay.
So let's just ask them one time and take the time to ask them if they raise their hand to speak on our item number 8, pickleball. And we do have Bill Miley.
Okay.
And speaking to James and Christian IT in the back, could you please grant me access to let Mr. Miley in? One moment, Mayor.
Okay.
There we go. Mr. Miley, you can unmute and you have the floor.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My comments are in support of the appeal. Pickleball is a noisy sport. It's also a national discussion. Tennis is a relatively quiet sport. Pickleball has impact and impulse sounds which go above 1,000 to 1,200 hertz in sound waves. The question should be about the character of the sound we're dealing with. Tennis does not create pickleball sounds. Pickleball creates impulse, impact sounds, rapid, repetitive sounds. When people are in a competitive environment with pickleball, they hit harder, creating higher sound levels, higher impact and impulse sounds. It can be compared to a small caliber handgun. And this is what we're going to hear in June, all the time, because people are very competitive. A few years ago, my group, Citizens for a Sound Pickleball Policy, counted in 1 hour, 4 courts, 1,700 hits, impulse and impact. If you have 16 pickleball courts, there can be up to 64 players. And at 1,700 an hour for 1 court, 7,000 hits per hour can happen. The pickleball club has restricted the type of ball to be used, but not the paddle. In spite of their praise for pickleball foul paddles, they're going to allow any kind of paddle to be used because that's what the tournament players want. Please consider it's illogical to allow this to continue. The $13,000 study showed it's a big impact. And there's another public health hazard that hasn't been discussed. There'll be about 220 players, 100 spectators, and no extra public portable toilets. I read that in the application. They are not providing for public health, hygiene needs right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No more on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay. 5-minute break. We'll be right back. 2, check, check, 1, 2. Are we ready? Okay. Welcome back, all. Ready, fellas? Okay, let's do it. We're back. Who would like to start the conversation? Yes, please go.
Okay. So, I think that this is one of those, this case has complications. Because it wasn't explicitly written as a policy because of the staff changes. I think that's one consideration. But if we ignore that and we just look at these standards right here, A through F on page 2 of 3, if we just look at that, I think there's a really strong case that was made tonight, and that was made in the sound study. And I sat through those Parks and Recs Commission meetings and was actually the liaison when that sound study was presented, and when the Parks and Rec Commission had that conversation, and they made it very clear in the sound study. And yes, Karen Wilson was there. May she rest in peace. That it was very clear that they advised that pickleball not be played at Libby courts, and so I think because of that, we have a real interference with the public enjoyment of the park. And it was said too that what they're talking about using is the courts and not the overall park. And so I am in favor of appealing the decision. And we heard that there were other possibilities for where the tournament could be moved, and it, it's difficult. I've had planned events and had to cancel them for one reason or another, and I know it's stressful, and so it's very difficult for me to make this call and decide this. But I think that there's just a strong case for not having it at Libby.
Ms. Rowe, please.
Yeah, so I think there's no case being made that it should not be at Libby. I think that, what's going to happen is people are going to fall however they fall. There was no policy. That sound study was never presented to or approved by the Park and Recs because they weren't meeting at that time, and Karen just came here and presented it, and we barely listened to her. So that having been said, I'm going to go ahead and make the points that I'm going to make. Our role is not to decide whether we like or dislike pickleball. Everybody likes pickleball. We heard that. But we have a legal standard before us that is not up for, my opinion, or I heard at a council meeting this, that, or the other thing. There's a legal standard, and it's section 4-3.403, and it sets out the criteria. And, I guess there's enough ambiguity in the criteria that you can fall however you want to fall, but there really isn't, in my opinion, a lot of ambiguity in the criteria. And the word used, and I made this point, is shall. So unless you can say that any of these are found to be not reasonable or not true, we shall go ahead and approve this. There, as you mentioned, there is no adopted city policy prohibiting this permit. To say that we all agreed at the dais is not to say that we all agreed at the dais. We all have different ideas of what a policy is going to be, what it's going to look like, what it's going to entail. Until it's actually brought in front of us, it's not a policy. We had, there's no way to say that there was a policy or an agreement as to what that policy would look like. I'm going to just keep moving, and that distinction matters. If the council had adopted a formal policy banning pickleball at Libby Park, we would be in a different position right now, but we did not. The recreation manager was asked to evaluate a facility use application under the existing code, and she did so. The appellant is essentially asking us to create a new policy retroactively and apply it to an appellant who has followed every existing rule. That is not how this permitting should work. The procedural compliance is not in dispute. They filed their fees. They got what they needed to get. So there's nothing there that can warrant throwing this out. Addressing the noise concern, the heart of this appeal is noise, and I understand that concern. But I have to apply, and we should apply the standard as it is written. Criteria A and B of Section 4-3.403 asks whether the proposed activity will unreasonably interfere with or distract from public enjoyment and public health, welfare, safety, and recreation. The key word is unreasonably. I have difficulty, and I think we should all have difficulty, concluding that a 3-day event with no amplified sound constitutes an unreasonable interference when we regularly permit multi-day events at Libby Park that generate equal or greater noise. I love the Ojai tennis tournament. I was a competitive tennis player. It runs 4 or 5 days. The sound is everywhere. The people are everywhere. It's great. I would never say that it's not great. It's great. And I also want to say that, the nature of sound perception is incredibly subjective. I want to just address something that's been presented throughout the discussion, but has not been stated directly. Sound perception is inherently subjective. What one person considers intolerable and or torturous, as we've heard many times, another considers normal sound of recreation in a public park. The legal standard in our code asks whether this activity will unreasonably interfere. And unreasonably requires an objective benchmark, not individual sensitivity, not to something that we believe other people might, have an effect of. Finally, and there is no quality of noise in front of us. And finally, that sound study was for ongoing, permanent play. And even the interim was for permanent play all day, every day. Interim in that case meant 3 months during summer, as I recall that conversation. I just can't see how any one of these 6 criteria is not met.
We can come back to you. Thoughts? Yeah, please. Thanks.
We have in our packet some details about not subjective, but actual, findings. I'm going to quote from page 234. These from studies performed by POMA, an acoustical society. And they say physical symptoms were noted almost as frequently as psychological symptoms. So not subjective, but physical symptoms, while recognizing that physical and psychological symptoms often interrelate in this study. Physical health effects are defined as a physical perception by the individual. Psychological health effects are defined as an emotional perception by the individual. Physical health effects from pickleball noise accounted for 45.9% of all comments. Of these, almost half, 46%, were neurological. A quarter, 25%, were cardiovascular. And another quarter, 25%, involved sleep disruption, as shown in Figure 5. And then it goes on to say, psychological health effects from pickleball noise represented 54.1% of the total comments. Of these, just more than half the comments, 51%, communicated severe distress or used the term torture. Almost a quarter, 23.9% experienced a sense of trauma. So this is where I was when we heard this, 3 years ago. And the person who said, "My house is my haven," that was at the core of what I felt like, we should be doing, because a person who has a home should have the ability to retreat to that home and not feel these emotions like, torture from the sound that's happening. What we got from the sound study, Mr. Miley mentioned this, is that pickleball noise is recognized as being very much different than other types of noise because of the percussive, if it kind of impacts not everybody, but certain people, it like impacts them to their core. And so I do want to go back and say that I don't fault the director or the city manager, because one, I don't think they had those medical studies in front of them for them to say, hey, there's an actual, public health and welfare component to this. But I 100% believe that there is a 100%, that there actually is a component of health and welfare of individuals. Now, I also was, as far as what we heard from the Parks and Rec Commission, so they created a ad hoc committee, and the ad hoc committee did present their findings. And their findings were all based upon that consulting firm and what they said. And they talked about the Libby courts in those sound findings, and they said, basically it would be extremely difficult to mitigate the noise. So when they gave us recommendations about the city hall courts, they talked about the noise mitigation that we should do for those courts. Well, we've never really done that, but no noise mitigation has been done to protect from the Libby courts. And that is why I voted for the $600,000, project out at Soul Park to build those pickleball courts, because it was the one and only place that provided a public place for people to conduct pickleball without it impacting the neighbors, because the neighbors were so far distant.
Yeah,
Those are my comments.
No, thanks. Yeah, Ms. Meg, do you have anything?
What a mess. This is a terrible situation. I heard both sides. Somebody's going to be upset because it's not going to, be what they wanted the outcome to be, and I understand that. Having all of this information, documentation, but not having it implemented, it's like, oh my God, I'm baffled. I don't know what to do. I was thinking like a compromise in my head when the gentleman said, can't we just all get along? I'll just share my thought. You guys can throw darts, do whatever, but I just have to put it out there.
No, do.
Like, I'm thinking, okay, so to show that we are a community working together to get along, play in the same sandbox, would both teams be willing to speak to say, could we do Friday and Saturday at Soul Park on the pickleball courts that we invested so much money in, and then have the last day, the playoff day, with everybody at Libby Park?
Interesting.
It's just a thought. So that's because I hear both sides, and I'm sympathetic to both people, both sides of it. It's a tough spot to be in. Part of me wants to say, well, I wasn't involved in the beginning, I'll back out, but that's not the right thing to do. But I that's just my thought. So I don't know if that's something that both sides would want to consider. Show that you truly want to get along.
To follow up, so yeah, I have to admit, I thought that Mr. Haney captured my attention in saying what we're here to do today seems pretty clear to me, and that I would not approve the appeal. And the difficulty with, even on the decibel level, it's very similar to the music decibel level and the bowl. So if we're going to have that kind of sound conversation, it does get very complicated. And even in the health study, Mr. Whitman, that you brought up, the sample size is so low, it's hard to understand. It's 98 participants. So percentages get very difficult, and they don't quote statistical significance. So it's hard to know what to understand. But I love your idea, personally. So if there was something like a goodwill compromise where there is something like the playoffs in Libby, and then the other courts are worked on, I think that's a very strong goodwill gesture myself. Yes.
If I could add to that, I mean, we heard from people who live right there that one of the reasons why the music festival, like the concerts or other events are tolerable is because there's a time limit. When we're talking about 3 days, 16 courts, and I did hear you about how all the courts weren't going to be utilized at one time, but that we can't know that. But we know that it's 3 days of that noise. And the noise carries up the hill. I live up on Upper Drown, and I hear concerts and things like that. So we're not just talking about the local neighbors. We're talking about anyone who's enjoying the park. We're talking about people who might not even live right there in the near vicinity. But I would be supportive of looking at a compromise of some kind. I think that actually is a good solution.
So I would think about that if we can put a limit on the hours and limit on the number of courts that are playing at any one time. I'd consider that as an option. Like limit it to the hours that we currently have set for the city hall courts.
Because it might even be, fewer
10 to
hours
5
because
or-
the last, I don't know pickleball, so maybe Mr. Kraut can help. Like the last day, how many people are going to be eliminated into that final day of play? So it wouldn't be as long, I'm assuming, as of the full days of the previous day.
Or not as many courts, yeah. So,
And I would,
yeah, go.
I would just say that, the hours that they indicated were for setup. Nobody starts a pickleball tournament at 6:30. It just doesn't happen. I did want to talk just really briefly. I looked at the quiet communities, the study that Councilmember Whitman noted, and it was a very small sample size, and it was also, their sort of their mission is working to address harmful noises because quiet is essential. Okay, so in other words, and these were monkey survey. I mean, they were like surveys done with, whatever that survey place is. In other words, I find it, I didn't give it any real credence because these people were self-selected people who did not like noise. And they went ahead and they took the survey online. And we know, we've talked a number of times about surveys online. You can take, it's hard to individualize them. So for that reason, I didn't give it a lot of credence because I didn't think that it really represented anything. And also, I lived in Lincoln, Massachusetts. There are no businesses in Lincoln, Massachusetts. So, that's where they're located. There is a gas station and a grocery store. And that's Lincoln, Massachusetts, I promise you. I lived there. That's where these people are from. So that's another reason why I think that we shouldn't give so much credence to this particular study.
If sorry.
Yeah.
No, finish
so
that.
that's all. I just wanted to say it's in our packet, but it hasn't been vetted in any way, shape, or form.
No, fair enough.
And I'm going to repeat once again that everything that came from the sound study was based on the fact that it was long-term, everyday, persistent, not a special event. And with that, I'm done.
I just wanted to follow up to your suggestion, Mr. Whitman. Just this: if we were going to come up with the compromise that Ms. Mang suggested, I might leave it open-ended with the intention to say, because if they're going to have to reorganize, understanding the intention, I would probably want to task Ms. Rivera to say, you understand what we're trying to do here instead of us setting the hours, because we're going to ask for a pretty big task at a last minute. So just a suggestion there. I don't know, I'm signing you up for something that you didn't sign up for, but if we were going to work on a compromise, that you would understand what courts are available around the town and how could it work out that the conclusion is in Libby Park.
Well, if we're talking about Soul Park courts,
Mhm.
we do also program at Soul Park courts. So we would
Mhm.
have to take a look at
Mhm.
any youth classes or adult classes that are there.
Okay, yeah, I get that. So there's information that would be difficult for us to make right here, which just lends to that point.
You know, the private courts, we don't know. We don't know if the
That's true.
if the Ojai Athletic Club and Ryan are really going to open their courts up.
That's not clear.
That's not clear. Lake Casitas, that's not clear. And I will say that, you know, the courts have to have a particular standard, and I'm not sure that Lake Casitas meets that standard. Like, I know that a lot of the tennis tournament that's played off on private courts and things like that, they don't require the same standard that the college level play does. So there's another, but that's not to say it couldn't be figured out, but just to say that there are all these private courts around that could be used.
Fair enough.
We don't really know if that's the case.
I totally agree. And there's 4 courts here, of course, and then there's 6 at Seoul or 5 at Seoul?
There's one tennis court,
Okay.
I believe, over there, and then there's 2 tennis courts.
2 paddle tennis courts,
two
one
paddle-
mixed-use court, and 5 pickleball
Okay,
courts.
okay, thanks.
I could just jump in.
Please.
If it's the will of the council, we will work to figure out some type of compromise
Okay.
solution, contacting
Mhm.
other locations. We're happy to take that on board. That's fine. That's what the council wants us to do. No problem.
I appreciate that.
And if
Yes.
I may,
Yeah.
so you have a few options. Obviously tonight, council may make a decision and adopt findings, and we would probably recommend bringing back a resolution at your next council meeting that includes those written findings. And we would close the public hearing tonight so that we've concluded the public comment on this item. But the other option would be to continue the final decision to we could close the public comment, continue the final decision to the next meeting. If there are additional options for consideration, we would probably want to reopen the public comment just so that the public, so if there's a compromise, we could reopen the public hearing and allow additional feedback or public input on the compromise, but continue a decision until that time.
Now let me ask you that. So I think this is my inclination, but of course it's up to all of us. It would not be to have this big conversation again, but it would be something like saying, we've tasked the staff to work on a compromise. I like your resolution idea, but I would not want to bring that back with all the details that we decide in public. I mean, I'd like it to be decided, if that's possible.
I feel that if we, just flesh out some general parameters, we understand.
Okay.
And we could, I think that Ms. Burgess is correct. We need to return with, here's what we came back with, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Reopen the public.
Yeah, the only reason to reopen the public hearing is if there is an option that was not discussed tonight, so that the public hasn't provided input on, that was presented. So you could open it up for limited public comment on that particular compromise solution.
So, sorry to
Does that
interrupt
make
you.
sense?
Yeah, so for instance, if there was some other venue that hasn't been discussed okay, all right.
Okay.
Can I just add a logistical point? So, but if we were to have this, I would suggest a special meeting, because otherwise we're going to have public comment, not on things on the agenda. And if we limit things on the agenda to only this particular item, we will have public comment on the whole situation again for 4 hours. So we need to figure out how to limit it. So a special meeting would limit it to public comment only on the agendized issue. Because I don't think we need to go through another 4 hours of this. I'm just saying that I would like to figure that part out as well.
We are very creative, but I'm going to tell you that we're probably not going to get crazy creative with this, because I think Ms. Rivera and I are aware of the venues, and we have
Mhm.
connections to, make these type of. Don't you feel that way? Okay.
I have a question. Could we, is it appropriate to ask both sides what they feel about a compromise?
Sounds good.
Come to the microphone.
Come to the microphone,
please.
yeah.
I was thinking maybe one day on Libby, one day on the athletic club, and one day at the chosen.
Well, we're going to have you come up
As
and
a
say something too.
compromise.
No,
Okay,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Understood.
Like one.
And yes, please
Mr.
come up.
Proud?
Yeah.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I ask from the staff level here, should we be timing this and how long?
3 minutes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so the reason why we wanted to play at Libby to begin with was the facilities are there, the bathrooms there, you have lights if needed, and there's a parking lot that's never used. That's why we wanted to use Libby, and you don't have to pay to get in to that place. If it's at the lake, you got to pay to get in. If it's at Soul Park, even though you spent all that money out there, you have to pay to get in. At Lower Libby, you don't. At City Hall, you don't.
We could work that part out.
Okay. If you came up with a compromise, we as a board would have to discuss that first and see what options we want to do.
Well, it may be that we are going to offer something, and then I guess you're going to have to go, you might have to decide if you want to take it.
Well, as a board, we'll
Yeah,
decide.
understood.
I'm not going to decide
No, I
tonight.
understand. I get that.
Okay.
And Mayor, that goes, sorry to interrupt you, but we would want to make it not difficult on those who are.
Of course.
And so if it was the city was subsidizing the parking because there was a fee, of
Great.
course, I don't think it's going to, and we could talk to the county or other
Sure.
locations about this. And then
Okay.
not even.
But we'd ask them to waive the fees.
We always ask them to waive.
Thank you.
Okay.
We always
But
ask them to waive.
I think that's the spirit of the
Right.
compromise that we're talking
It's
about.
always our first request. Yeah.
And I do appreciate the appellate. I appreciate everybody saying, or at least the idea about both places or several places makes a lot of sense. It's interesting.
I think the fewer would be better.
Mm-hmm. Few, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to go.
Okay. If you want to say something, go ahead. Well, you said something already, but you want. Okay, take 2 minutes. Come, hurry. Yep, sure, go. Yep, talk, please.
I just want to point out again that the Libby courts are going to cause a lot of noise that has been studied, and that holding the tournament at all on Libby courts sends a mixed message to the community, because there's signs that say no pickleball on Libby courts, and then you're going to have a tournament there, even one day of a tournament. And then everyone in town is going to think, okay, great, we can play pickleball on Libby courts anytime we want to. Do you see the conflict there? Why not move forward with a compromise of moving the entire tournament over to the athletic club if they want one space to do it? So we're not lying when we said that the general manager is very open to that idea. That seems like a better compromise to me. They could hold the tournament in one place with bathrooms and parking, and it's free, and it's actually will probably cost less into permit fees than the city also charges.
Thank
So
you.
I urge you to deny the permit and let the pickleball club figure it out.
Thank you.
I would just like to point out that hardly seems like a compromise.
No, it's interesting. So I'm, if I heard you right, I think I did. The compromise would include Libby, so I'm hearing that too.
Libby on the final day of the tournament, and I'd like to see us say there'd be limitations, and it wouldn't be a problem to have a limited number of courts if you're at the finals part of. Sure, there's multiple age groups or whatever, but with the idea that portions of that can be taking place on other courts and just brought as happens at the Ojai tennis tournament. They bring the finals, semifinals to play at Libby, but the qualifying matches are spread out all over the valley.
I totally hear you, and I just wanted to avoid making minutia decisions without all of the information, which we don't have. But I understand what you're saying. So, yeah, go.
I guess I mean, if we're going to do this, are we comfortable letting staff work with, the appellant and letting staff do this rather than I don't want to set limitations up here right now saying, I think we're all agreed that if it's the last day, then they need to revise how they're going to do the tournament because it's, there's 3 groups, there's men's, women's, and mixed. And each day was going to be, different, which is very normal for pickleball. So, they may be able to refigure that. I don't see why you probably couldn't if you were inclined to do that.
I would like to support that.
Yeah. So I would like it to be worked out without us sort of micromanaging what we'd like to see.
I agree. And I guess if you understand, if I heard the intention, we're interested in the last day. So that would be the funnel down. So it would be minimal, I guess. But you guys would work out where the other 2 days would be.
Do you have a preference on the time?
No. This is their
'Cause it's
normal
gonna
park
be shorter,
times.
right?
Well,
Okay.
especially if I wouldn't want to micromanage that because
Okay.
I don't know.
How do you know how long it's
going to be?
Yeah.
And they will have to refigure it because it was each category on each day versus, and I don't know, Mark.
Is there something useful?
Just a pragmatic.
Okay, come to the podium.
The way that you're describing having everything on Sunday, all the finals are not on Sunday. That's not how it works. And so you've got, on Friday, you've got one group, let's say it's women who are playing, and through the course of that day, it starts with all them playing, and then by the end of that day, there are semifinals and there are finals on that day.
Okay.
And so it isn't the case that it all is one big thing that funnels down to on Sunday a limited number of final games. So,
but what about if it were day 1 is one place, day 2 somewhere else, and day 3 there? Does that work?
I mean, that's a better discussion to have
Yeah.
than trying to think in terms of just the finals are going to be at Libby.
Well, we're just saying day 3 is that
because
Libby.
you've got people coming in from out of town that are
Understood.
playing on Friday and they can't wait to play the finals on Sunday.
Well, I think we're trying to have a
but I
reasonable,
think
generous
as far as
compromise.
having a discussion around that kind of, but we got to be realistic about how a tournament actually functions.
Understood.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think that's true.
Well, we're
can't
asking
ask
for
people
3 days.
for Friday to stay till Sunday. That's
Yep.
just
The
in
Sundays at
Ojai.
Libby and the other 2 are the other locations.
But I would like to also bring back a resolution limiting, or bring back for future agenda item, a resolution limiting only tennis at Libby courts.
So that would be some other
Could
time.
I suggest that it's more than a resolution if that's what the council wants to do?
Yeah, what I would recommend is that we actually bring back to a future council meeting a discussion that focuses on what council's appetite would be for a longer term policy.
Okay.
And so we would do a discussion item, and then we could discuss whether that's a policy approved by resolution or an ordinance that goes
That sounds
into
great.
the code.
Okay. All right, so I make a motion that we initiate a compromise between the 2, that day 1 of the tournament is held at a location to be determined by staff, all 3 days by staff, with the final day being in Libby Park. That's the motion. I need a second, though. Well, don't leave yet. We got to vote.
Okay. I'll second it.
Okay. All right, did we get it? Any more discussion? All right, let's do a roll call.
Mayor, I'd like to ask a question of the city attorney.
Please.
For the recommendation to be, does this deny the appeal and grant the facility permit with the additional conditions?
I would say this is not a final decision on the appeal. That effectively, so we don't technically need a motion tonight. I think if there is, an informal head nod from at least 3 members of council, which I think right now we have.
Okay.
The final decision on this item would occur at the next available opportunity, whether that is a special meeting or whether that is the next.
How is that not avoiding what we just said?
Well, we still need the problem is I don't know that we have a specific solution that has been
We were just
agreed
asking,
upon.
though, for the staff to come up with a specific, on the times and
The
the number
recommend,
of courts.
well, so I think council though would need to approve this, because this is an appeal to the city council.
Mhm.
I think we would need council to approve whatever that final recommendation is. So I would be uncomfortable having council approve
Mhm.
a compromise that we don't have, just, that we haven't actually described as far as what that looks like.
Couldn't, sorry,
So- go ahead.
you're the attorney, but isn't the direction just simply 2 days away from Libby,
Mhm.
1 day at Libby? We would strive to make it as easy on the tournament as possible. I think we would want to try to have those 2 days be in one location if we could arrange for that.
Mhm.
I mean,
So that could be the motion would be to actually approve
and if I
with-
could add, I mean,
approve the special event permit with the condition
'Kay.
that only 1 day of the permit may be held at Libby.
and I think
and that
actually
the
there's some
other 2
granularity there. The
days-
final, the
The final day
final
would
day,
be
the
at
other
Libby.
2 or another location with the desire to have it at the same location for those 2 days. And I've also heard that
With no entry fees.
right,
Yep.
we need to work to, either waive or subsidize entry or parking fees. I have a $30,000 spending line. It's not going to cost anywhere near that. I'm hoping to get these things waived, but just if we had to.
Would that be sufficient?
Start with waive.
That would be sufficient. So
Okay.
the motion, I believe the motion for the
Well,
city.
hold on, but so that put us in a position where we don't have to.
Yes.
She's saying
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So the,
So, Mr. Montgomery, are you comfortable?
or there, we have a.
Do you want to say it again?
I just want to hear.
Yes.
Well, before I do, I think there was going to be a question from.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we understood that what you have to also do is evaluate the courts.
Yes.
For tournament play, for liability, for all of those
Yes.
things. And sometimes courts are built and, you know.
Understood,
Okay,
understood.
so just to make sure, I just want that in there. I
Ms.
want-
Revere and I had a lengthy
Yeah,
discussion
yeah,
on this
I'm-
very topic
yeah,
earlier
I'm
today,
sure.
so.
I'm
yeah.
sure, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that I
yeah.
was sure.
So the motion, I believe, would be that council is making a motion to approve in part and deny in part
Mm-hmm.
the appeal, and would allow the use of the Libby Park courts on Sunday. The lower
Mhm.
Libby court parks, sorry, it's late.
Yeah.
The lower Libby Park courts on Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
and direct staff to identify other alternative locations for the first 2 days of the tournament. That are appropriate for tournament play.
Okay.
And with full accessibility. Something like that, or with.
Now, do you want to use the word identify or just, I'm thinking.
Execute.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're having.
Hold on a second. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yep.
So.
Okay, that's it. And that I'm happy that that's the motion. And second, are you happy with that as a second? Okay. Okay. All right.
Ready for roll call, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule. Mayor
Still
Gilman.
thinking on
Yes.
the issue.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Wow. All right. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Well done.
Shitty position. Thank you, I appreciate it.
No, it's good.
I should have voted yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I mean, way to think on your feet, lady.
Good job, Kim. You can all be just thinking about that. That was the answer.
That's good.
Good job. And Jamie was happy with it, the neighbor.
She was.
With it,
Which is really good.
Yeah. So,
Thank you, guys. I know we put it in your lap.
yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
You just have to type everything up, because I can't do it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh.
Christy,
Pull everything out.
trooper.
And we did it without having to bring this nonsense back.
Yeah. This was probably the best it could be.
If I never see this again, I'll be really happy.
Okay, let's pull it back. We have to decide what we want to do because we have another very big issue that we won't be able to do reasonably, probably. I'm asking that question. we then have two smaller things.
Mayor, could I offer a suggestion?
Please.
You might hate this, but I'm
No,
just gonna
I
throw
doubt
this
I'll
out
hate
there.
it.
Well,
I hardly hate anything.
okay. This is going to be news, a little bit news to the council, maybe a little bit news to the community. We're proposing a special meeting of the city council on the 19th. Okay. And the reason that we are proposing that is this would be superintendent and the assistant superintendent of OUSD coming to the city council to explain their workforce housing projects. The council could ask questions with the community. So I'm just saying that and I've got confirmation tonight from the two superintendents that they can make that night work if that is agreeable to the council. So you would likely be here if that works for you anyway. I don't know if we could use that date to our advantage with some of this extra stuff that we have here. It's just a thought.
I would
the
like
other
that.
thought that we have, and just throwing out other stuff here, we're messing around with a Thursday 5/28 tree ordinance continuation discussion, just to try to complete that. So
That's a
that's a
Thursday.
Thursday, and we don't even know if that works for all of you, but that was another thing we were throwing out there.
Well,
So
if everybody is open to that 19th date, I would be completely open to moving the conversation about at-large voting to that date.
The problem with that
Okay.
item is that we will need I think we need some direction tonight.
Okay.
Tonight is a discussion item.
Understood.
Tonight is, well, there's an element of it that's direction if you want us to bring back an approval item.
do you need it
But,
tonight? or
but
do you
we
need it?
do need some direction about, so
Just the demographic study.
the demographic study. And so as far as the next item goes, the only thing that was going to be a decision point for tonight was whether to direct our office to move forward with obtaining the demographic study. We can have a more meaty discussion of this, and we would, if that was council's appetite, at the next meeting anyway.
Actually, that was,
but
well,
we
it's an
need-
interesting proposal because if someone were to bring up the demographic concern, this could answer that in that conversation. Either way.
But what I will say is that if, I know sometimes there has been an appetite on this council to introduce an item as for discussion before you're being asked to make a decision. So if we don't have this initial part of the discussion tonight, we will be bringing you a possible decision item at the same time. At this point in time, we have not prepared an ordinance for first reading. So I think the other thing would be if you were going to need to be in a position to make a decision at the May 12th meeting, then we would also want direction from city council as to whether to go ahead and prepare an ordinance so that you could consider it.
Okay, well, let me ask a different question.
or- does that make sense?
It does. And so I guess the question I want to have is if we were to simply move things 2 weeks ahead, is that a problem? In other words, we don't have to have the May 12th be the decision point. That could be the discussion point.
That could be the discussion point, and then you could
Yeah.
have decisions at
Let's do
the
that.
second meeting in May and the first meeting in June.
So then if
Isn't the 12th a big night?
that's the
It
TOT
is going to be
hearing.
a big night.
I don't think we're gonna hear anything else on
Well,
the
then
12th,
why- then
based
why don't
upon
we-
the last, startup hearing.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a one
Just,
item.
Well, look at this one
That's not
tonight. This
gonna-
one took 4 hours.
That's gonna be a one item night,
Well,
I
because
believe.
I guess what I'm not interested in is rushing anything, right? So we want to be thorough and do it well, and we have our general rule, which is not introducing things after 10 if we don't have to. But what I would ask this body then would be something like, how difficult is the demographic study? I've understood that's pretty simple. Is that correct?
So the demographic study is fairly simple. It's
Okay.
a paper exercise.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, so what I've been instructed, and so we'll treat this as the staff presentation. If
Okay.
you have questions on just this aspect of it.
Understood.
Staff questions, questions for staff, and then if there's any public comment on the demographic study, we would need to do that as well tonight.
Okay.
What we would be asking for purposes of the demographic study is authorization to retain Doug Johnson, who is the consultant who did the demographic study whenever the city moved to by district voting. He is an expert on city demographic studies related to Voting Rights Act matters. because our office reached out to him because we've worked with him as a consultant on he was a consulting expert on some recent litigation. So we reached out informally just to get a sense of what that would cost and how long it would take. And what he advised is that it would cost, less than $10,000, and the work would be completed within 1 to 3 weeks. He said he could compress it to 1 week if we absolutely needed him to. So with that being said, I mean, we could push the schedule by 2 weeks. I think that does make the city clerk's job a bit harder because we need to have the resolution calling for elections, I think, also approved.
That's scheduled for June 9th.
On June 9th. But I think we would know after consideration. So if we received direction, what that means, I think, in terms of the schedule, if council wanted to move something forward on this, is that you would have consideration of an ordinance on first reading at the second meeting in May, and consideration on second reading at the same meeting where we have the resolution calling for election. But we would theoretically have some sense after a first, if an ordinance is approved on first reading, it's a good indication it may be approved on second reading. Because at this point, we don't know if council wants to move forward with an ordinance at all.
Fair enough. And then I have on my calendar a possible meeting on May 19th, but also May 12th, and then also May 26th.
So we do have some other opportunities. We just need to make sure that the requisite time between first and second reading is sufficient.
I understand.
So tonight we could have a limited discussion on the demographer. We could move forward with a demographic study, and then we could bring an item. We could hold the discussion of this item that was contemplated for tonight until the next regular meeting.
Okay.
Which would be the
12th, which is the same night as the TOT hearing.
Or we can move it to the 19th.
Or the 19th.
I would prefer later, so I know that's going to be.
Let's suggest that's
I would want to evaluate.
I think we're going to be here till midnight on that TOT hearing.
I want to evaluate.
Not if we follow the rules.
I want to evaluate the dates and make sure that that's giving us sufficient time. But we can look at that.
Also, it's not clear what we are going to wind up wanting to do. But so if we were to limit it to this, so we're on item 9 with a limit. And that would be the conversation I'm asking my colleagues. Would we like to have a demographic study or not? It's that simple.
And I think what I would do is I would like, if we're going to open it up that way, I would like to give just a brief, for the members of the public who are still with us, I would like to give a kind of a brief summary of what this item is so that they know what we're talking about.
Okay.
If there are any other questions.
Please.
From council, we can take those. We'll allow the public to comment
and
on the limited scope.
we would honor the public comments that are here.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I think though, before we move, since this is kind of talking about a change to the agenda, is there some consensus on kind of limiting the scope of the discussion tonight to the demographer's study, and then continuing the rest of it?
I'm for that.
Okay.
I'm for that as well.
So we'll make this very quick. Basically this item was originally requested at a meeting, I think in March, by the mayor. There was a second vote. I did confirm with city staff that the reason it's identified as city council direction, or why they didn't, I had initially added that in the agenda. Staff did not make a change to that because this is included in the council goals as goal 9J.
Correct.
And so, at a high level, this item, and I'll leave the details for the next meeting, but at a high level, in 2018, City Council adopted an ordinance moving to by-district voting. In 2022, Council referred a measure to the ballot to ask the voters whether Council should allow ranked choice voting for officials elected at large, and that passed. But based on research our office has done, ranked choice voting is not feasible under California law for a general law city. We can talk about that more at the next meeting. if so while ranked choice is unavailable as an option,
And just to clarify, I think that the way the ordinance read is that the council could adopt it in its discretion
At its
at a
discretion.
point in time when we thought it was safe from.
Feasible, I think is
Yeah.
the word.
yeah, it says at the discretion of the city council.
Right.
But then there's some ambiguous language that says if the city council implements it starting with the November 2024 general election. So that's
Did-
a little unclear.
The if is, I didn't read
Um,
the if, not if it starts by 2024, but beginning in 2024.
So it's I'm just saying it's slightly ambiguous.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And so our office has evaluated the issue of ranked choice voting and determined that based on feedback from the California Secretary of State's office, which has to approve changes in voting systems, and a decision they made with regard to the city of Mission Viejo and cumulative voting, that the Secretary of State's office is going to disapprove any voting system that is for a general law city that is not plurality based, meaning the person who receives the greatest number of votes is elected. Under a ranked choice system, there are scenarios where the person who receives the greatest number of votes still receives the fewest number of first, second, or third choice votes, and so therefore they are not elected, which runs afoul of this idea of a plurality-based voting system. In order for city council to seriously and meaningfully consider any change in your voting system, the first recommendation from our office is that you would need to get a demographic study that would confirm whether or not a change in the voting system to at-large voting would present issues with respect to the California Voting Rights Act, which prohibits racially polarized voting and voter dilution of minority voters. And so that's kind of two ways of looking at this, or kind of describing the same thing that's prohibited under the CVRA. So if council wishes to consider this, the first step would be doing this demographic study. The base cost for the demographic study is around $3,000 to $5,000. If we want Mr. Johnson to attend a city council meeting and present information on that, there is an additional cost for his time and travel associated with that. So in the staff report, we identify as a financial impact that, you know, the cost of the cost of the demographic study, if council wishes to move forward after the first longer discussion on this item, there would also be the cost of preparing any ordinance for council consideration. Are there any questions?
Yes. So, I've done a lot of reading about this and trying to understand what the Supreme Court did. So, the Supreme Court in the Pico case that came after the demographic study that was done for the city. And the Supreme Court talked about the idea that you would have to look at whether there are crossover votes, meaning people not in the potentially protected class, but who would potentially cross over and join with them. So this would be a bit of a different demographic study than we did originally, right?
That is correct.
And is that what Mr. Johnson is proposing to do for us?
He
Look
would.
at that crossover issue?
He would look at kind of the full range of issues that come into play under the California Voting Rights Act.
Okay.
And it may be that the demographic analysis doesn't support a move to at-large voting, and it may be that it does. I don't know the answer to that. I know his our initial conversation with him, or in that conversation, he did mention that these analyses are a bit different for small communities, because the way that Voting Rights Act issues play out in smaller communities differs a bit from very large communities, but he's familiar with those types of issues and would evaluate that as part of his demographic study.
And I guess I'm hearing your recommendation, if I'm hearing it right, to say if we were to engage in this study, at least it would arm us to even see, oh, this isn't worth pursuing at all because the demographics don't support it.
That might be conclusive.
And that could give us some time, so we're not having a 3-hour conversation that we need not. Potentially.
Mm-hmm. And you know, our office was reticent to move forward and charge ahead with hiring a demographic consultant without you know, having some direction from city council
of course.
to do that.
That makes sense.
So are there any other questions?
Yeah. Any other questions for this?
Well, so if I don't expect to support a switch to at-large voting, how am I supposed to vote on the demographics?
That's what I would like, more information first
I
before
think
I make a
the-
choice.
I think the
because
question
I'm
would
spending
be-
money on, I don't want to spend money on something that I don't support doing.
I think that's fair.
But then I guess you might ask yourself, this is the bigger question, but what the reasons for what we would do, that's the larger conversation that would be interesting to have, seems to me, is why be interested in and why not be interested. But even if you were to say, well, I'm not going to vote for it, even if the demographics supported it, that would be interesting to hear the reason, but not tonight unless we want to stay here.
So I'm happy to have the longer discussion tonight, but I'm also comfortable postponing it. But I think if there is, because we're going to be, butting up against some time constraints, with the deadline to submit the resolutions calling election to the county, I think it would be helpful to go ahead and have the demographic analysis completed, as opposed to obtaining that direction at a future meeting. I don't know if that helps, council member.
It's
Yeah. I feel like it's worth having anyway. So I think that it's a necessary
Me too.
point to move forward to make a decision. I don't think that it's sufficient, but I also believe that having that information would be of value to us as we move forward in any, in decisions that might entail demographic, criteria. So for me, number one, I think we need it in order to decide how we move forward. And you can vote yes, you can vote no. And then I think it may also have, value outside of, or in addition to, its informational value to deciding whether or not we do at large.
I would also add, it's pretty low commitment. So.
Yeah, it's a good thing to have.
So maybe I want to offer the public comments for the people who put in cards if they want to talk about that issue. So Steve Quillisi, please. Larry Steingold, and then Clay Creasy, please.
So we're just
If you
doing
wish to.
comments on the demographic
Yeah, so
study.
if you want to limit it to, I guess, this first step.
Okay, so we're having public comment 3 minutes at a time, but limited to the issue of having a demographic study before we come to any conclusions on anything else.
I suppose so.
Okay. It's fine. I think if you travel around this town, and I have done that a lot, worn out a lot of shoe leather getting around this town, I think you'll find that the town is pretty homogeneous. We're not in a position in this town where there is even potentially a what's called a majority-minority district. A demographic study will confirm that again, but I think that's where we are, and as a result, the idea will simply confirm that we have a homogeneous community here. 4 square miles, 7,500 people. I think it's 13 to 15% identified Latino extraction, and that's spread all over the city. So how would you construct? How would you use a demographic study to construct a district that no longer disenfranchises a protected community? I think that's I think that's what you're looking for, is a study going to allow us to come to the conclusion that there is no identifiable contiguous, let's say, community of people who deserve their own district. I don't think you'll find it, but I'm sure a demographic study will confirm that. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Larry Steingold, please, Clay Creasy, and then Bill Wyrick. Yeah,
First, I don't understand how you can arbitrarily change a discussion item without a vote, but that's okay. Just a question. Because the idea, and I agree with Steve Quillisi, the idea of a big city or a town that has neighborhoods where there are a French Quarter and an Italian Quarter and all these different groups, and they all lose their vote, and it gets diluted when it votes all at once. And I understand why they went to districts, because some areas are.
Steve, guys, we can't hear. We can't hear. Thank you.
I do the same thing, so. So, I mean, I understand we do need a demographic study to show exactly what Steve said, because I don't think there are any neighborhoods that are full of people who would tend to vote one way because of some, I don't know, call it cultural, ethnic, call it whatever you want, one way. Rhode Island, yes. Okay. Places get divided by highways, things like that, segregation by construction. So go forward and see what you can do, and hopefully you'll find out that you won't need one.
And if I may, just for a point of clarification for the members of the public who are here and who may be listening, the noticed item on the agenda, it included discussion, but it also requested council provide direction regarding whether to retain a consultant.
Okay.
So I wanted to make that clear. We're not adding or changing a discussion item to a decision item.
Feel better now?
Yes. Well,
Thank you.
But I
Good enough.
agree that we should not have districts.
Thank you. Clay Creasy, please, Bill Wyrick, and then Randy Haney.
Well, starters, gold star to all of you for that last agenda item. I think you ought to take that videotape and play it in a civics class. It was an excellent example of the city council being functional and listening to arguments. And I hate to waste my 3 minutes praising you, but I felt I couldn't avoid that. So anyhow, Councilman Whitman is correct in his question with regard to should he be in favor of a survey if he's not going to be in favor of the repealing the ordinance that would in theory be enabled by that survey. So I'm going to make just a few comments about that subsidiary question of whether you should repeal the ordinance or not. And I actually don't care that much. I can see arguments on both sides, and I know there's legal risks and financial implications and representation issues, so it's up to you to figure it out. But I'm very curious why this potential repeal vote is not being presented to you as a motion to reconsider as opposed to just a standard motion. Because you recall last year there was a lot of hay made over the notion that you can't change the decision on the maintenance yard in future meetings unless a supermajority votes to allow a motion to reconsider. I made a very large point and produced a lengthy brief, which was footnoted and went through Robert's Rules of Orders, etc., which basically demonstrated that a motion to reconsider was not the correct way to change that decision, nor is it the correct way to change this decision on this ordinance. So the city attorney is correct when she says it's simply a simple motion to enact an ordinance, in essence repealing the inaction that was made back in 2018. But this is a perfect example of why it was incorrect last year to say that changing the maintenance yard location for the cabin village required a supermajority to allow a motion to reconsider to be placed in front of the council, when in fact that was not the case. A careful reading of Roberts and Rosenberg's Rules of Order, which both apply to this city per the municipal code and your protocols,
would yield that. I've produced a lengthy paper which demonstrates it. If anybody wants to bore themselves to death for an hour, feel free to have coffee with me and I'll walk you through it. The bottom line is motions to reconsider are extremely rare, needed. They weren't needed last year. They aren't needed this year. And anyhow, congratulations again on the last item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bill Rybrick, please. Randy Haney, and then Anita Cramp.
Evening, Council.
Hey.
Late evening, Council. One, just to add to the record, the reason for Measure M grew out of a language in the deliberation, I forget whether it was the appeals court or the Supreme Court deliberations, that specifically said that there may be alternatives to districting to achieving compliance with the California Civil Rights Law, and they specifically called out ranked choice voting as being one option. That's why Measure M was put on the ballot, to allow that option. There's a lot of water over the bridge legal-wise. Mr. Whitman knows much more than I do about that. But I wanted to add that to the record. There was a reason for specifying ranked choice because it had been brought up in the court deliberations as a possible alternative to districting, because we all know that districting does not help good community-based decision-making. We've all felt that. We all didn't want to do it, but we were faced with basically a lot of threats. And I just, I wanted to add that to the record of why the Measure M was worded the way it was. It stemmed from actual court deliberations. Second, I think another alternative to a new demographic study is to take the demographic study that was done and analyze it using the up-to-date methodology that Mr. Whitman was just mentioning. That might provide a quicker guidance as to whether you want to proceed with a completely new second demographic study or not. Or at the very least, if you're going to do a second demographic study, perhaps apply the same methodology to that previous one. It would help gain additional information for your consideration. But I do believe that the overwhelming majority of the electorate believes that the effects of districting have not been good for a sense of community-wide decision-making. It, by its definition, takes a small community and creates fractionalization that I think undermines the integrity of community-wide decision-making. So anyway, I just wanted to make those 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Randy Haney, please. Anita Cram, and then Starchild.
Evening again. So
All right.
the question is, do the study or not do the study? Do the study. The second thing that I have to say is I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this up. Save the date, June 28th. It's a Sunday, 12 o'clock to 5 o'clock, Camp Comfort. We're having a blues and bluegrass event.
Okay.
And I expect to see you all there.
June 28th. Okay, thank you, Mr. Haney. Anita Cram, please, Starchild, and then Steve Colomay, who I think, oh yeah, there you are, okay.
And
Yes.
I'm going to make my points. I've waited all night.
Yes, please go.
So I oppose this effort for our community to take a step backwards from democracy in our city voting method. There's no clear reason why we're doing this. Measure M is mentioned in this and clearly says no, it's not a good option for many reasons. And I won't read those because it's already been determined. The California Democratic Party's platform states, for a healthy democracy based on free and fair elections, California Democrats will encourage the replacement at-large election methods with the adoption of by-district and or alternate voting methods when it maintains the spirit of the Voting Rights Act. Moving back to at-large voting is contrary to voting practices for a democracy. Also, the staff report acknowledges that no city has returned to at-large voting after shifting to districts. Ojai is inviting a lawsuit. We've got plenty of those. In addition, for at-large voting, there's no reason to have to hire a demographer. If you're going to do it for a different reason, then that's separate than doing it to determine how we're going to vote. And I disagree that, that this is really what people want, because on a more personal level, I want a city council member for my district that is a point person. I can contact when questions and issues arise. I can go to them and say, you are my council member. I need your help. At-large voting eliminates this, and it dilutes the responsibility and accountability of council members for voting. Community members, when there's not a clear single point person for us to contact. It also could put a heavier workload on council members perceived to be more responsive by the community. So the efforts toward a ballot measure should address the vacant second house problem. That would really help community members rather than going to an archaic, what I consider an archaic. So if we're thinking of a referendum for a ballot initiative, do it for housing that sits empty. That would really help community members in need to spend your time and effort rather than doing this, to do something that really helps the community rather than this being kind of pulled out of a hat and nobody understands why this is being done. So this is like the proverbial solution in search of a problem, it seems to be. And if a sitting council member moves out of their district, the council has tools of discretion to address that. That's not a reason to change voting, because in the past that has been brought up. So I say vote no on all options and retain our current district voting in the name of democracy.
Thank you. Star Child, please, and then Steve Colomay.
Good evening. It's good to see many of the same 10 people on the dais today. I'm Dr. Starchild Vaivoda, president of the Ojai Valley Democratic Club, the longest serving Democratic club in the Ojai Valley. Last Sunday, members of the Ojai Valley Democratic Club voted unanimously to support a shift from electing city council members by district to an at-large method of selection. We're one city, not 4 districts. That's why the electorate voted to return to that large voting by referendum. That's why the electorate voted overwhelmingly for Mayor Andy Gilman on the platform of returning to citywide voting. The people of Ojai deserve to be represented by the majority of council. But for the majority of council members, and for the majority of council, an Ojai citizen is not a constituent, enjoying the same level of representation as somebody who lives in Oakview or Miners Oaks. Those in favor of districts point to fear of a lawsuit. But most small cities in California have citywide voting. Port Hueneme has citywide voting in Ventura County. The fear is that a court might find that districts districts afford certain protected minority groups greater representation. The largest such group in Ojai is the Latinx community. Which of you represents the district with the largest Latino community? It might be district number 1 where I live, where my neighbor, Savara Lara, lives, who is the former mayor, but he won in a citywide election. There are other fears that you should consider. The fear of a renter who wants to serve her community but worries she could lose her seat if she has to move across town. The fear that no candidate or just one candidate will run in a district, leaving voters without a choice. We can end these fears. We can give every voter in Ojai a choice for which city council member they'd like to vote. We can allow civic-minded people to run without fear that they might lose their housing, might be forced to move across town and lose their position. We can declare that we're not 4 districts of Ojai, but we're a united city of Ojai. We can return to at-large voting.
Thank you, sir. Steve Colomay, please.
I'm going to abbreviate my comments given the hour that we're in.
Okay.
My main concern here is that this issue came out of nowhere. This came, one late meeting, the very, very last minute of March 24th, literally the last minute, Andy suggested that it might be possible to do at-large voting in Ojai this year. It was rapidly seconded by Council Member Rule, and with that, we're here. I don't think there is a hue and cry against the existing district representation that we have. Let's think of some of the benefits of district representation. We've got a fairly well-defined segment of neighborhoods. Well, I have, issues in my neighborhood. Some of it may have to do with street maintenance. I happen to have Representative Rachel Lang as my representative. I like being able to go to her if there's an issue, rather than have to figure out who it is that I go to. The next thing that I'm really concerned about is that the old Democratic Club was nearly defunct. It was gone for summer, fall, and winter, and all of a sudden came back again last Sunday to now send in a whole group of letters. My real fear is that this effort is a power play to eliminate the districts that we have now that are in fact working, and to replace it with the potential of there being big money efforts at setting up slates and being able to buy an election in the city of Ojai. And I think that's bad politics. And I see that I don't want to say that I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I see a conspiracy here. And I thank you. You can do a demographic study if you want, but even if it's permissive, I don't think you have any real basis for changing the way we are conducting our elections.
Thank you, sir. Anybody online?
No, Mayor. No raised hands.
Okay. Oh, Renee, sure. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So, Renee
Take it easy,
Roth
fellas.
here.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Go.
Renee Roth,
Yeah.
and I agree with Bill Wyrick and other comments that have been made that there is a lot of people in our community who are not happy with the district and the division and the small number of votes that are that would allow districts representation to make decisions for the benefit of all the people. There is a misalignment with the number of votes required to be an elected official and the decisions where all of you have to come together to make decisions for the greatest good for the community. We know our biggest challenges: housing, fire readiness, climate, traffic, public trust are citywide issues. Those are citywide issues that need citywide solutions. Not my district wants to do this and my district wants to do that. We've got to bring the community together. And there has been so much division. It's just unbelievable. And the other thing is, if you go back and look at the 2018 staff report, the staff report did include the demographic study that said the community is widely dispersed. The Latino community is widely dispersed. Severo Laura, an elected city council member and mayor, was widely elected and very closely elected several different times. So that to me is a hard example that we know our Latino community is widely dispersed. They do vote, they do care. And when you start breaking it down in districts, you further divert and distort their vote so that they can't work in a group for somebody that they believe represents their interests. So it actually does the opposite. The other thing is, it's the small cities who have decided to stay with at-large voting that have never moved from it, and they have never gotten sued. The small cities underneath, below 35,000 people, they've stayed districts or at-large, and they've not been sued. And they are very happy that way. So those numbers need to be understood. So for those reasons, go ahead, do the studies. But I do believe our staff reports need, the ones that, the studies already done need to be used as a basis for how many people do we have that we're really talking about. Let's not diffuse their vote even more by doing districts and keeping the districts in line. Thank you.
Thank you. Just 2 clarifying points. I would favor a new study in any case, just since COVID happened in the middle, right? It would just be interesting to see any changes that happened in our town. But the second thing, I brought up this issue. First of all, it's one of our goals. So that was stated for a long time. And secondly, it was in the future agenda items at the end of the meeting. So I wasn't trying to sneak anything in. It was just, that's the time to bring new things up. But to me, it was the number one issue in running for mayor was, can we go back to the at-large voting? So it's not out of the blue. It was the number one thing that people brought up. And I'm a middle-class guy. I fund my own campaign, so no big slate funding me, pal. Anyway.
But didn't you run on ranked choice, not at large? There's a difference there.
I hear what you're saying, but it seems like it's, well, now we're getting into the conversation, but let's do that another time.
Okay, perfect.
I was just trying to respond to a question.
Are there any
Well,
other
that would
public
be-
comments?
Yeah. Well, no, the question is whether or not to do the study. That seems easy enough.
So I have a lot of concerns for heading down that path. I think that the overwhelming material that I've read is that, so first of all, this issue isn't about how many minorities we have. The issue is about whether a minority, how no matter how small people number they are, is whether their vote gets diluted, given less value in an at-large system, because some organized group can consolidate voters. And so instead of having 3 votes, you get some small percentage. And so I have no support for changing to districts. I don't think the community has told us anything that they want to go back, other than a small majority said you could consider putting us back. You could consider trying ranked choice voting. It was 55% voted in favor of that. And I don't see a reason, for doing this other than to, try to put a slate up that will, that you can control, which has been, the goal as stated by the former president of the Ojai Valley Democratic Club, to control the city council.
Oh.
And they campaigned heavily for you.
Well,
you ran.
I'm just representing myself. So to me, I'm trying to respond to what Measure M, like you say, only 55%, but that means it passed.
We're not talking about Measure M.
I know you're not.
It's,
I hear that.
Actually, you can push Measure M, which is ranked choice voting. But
Well, we heard people talk. So anyway, so we can.
Mr. Haney.
Oh, please, Mr. Haney, please chill. Thank you. So we can make this. I mean, if there's not the will to even pursue the study, it seems like a vote would decide that or not. Or we can keep talking about whether or not we should pursue it in the longer term. So,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'm for the study. I mean, it serves it gives us knowledge about the population, and as far as like, do people or don't people want to go back to at-large voting, that is a discussion that will come up. I will say, when I was campaigning, many people said, why do we even do district? Like, I had to explain. They didn't even really understand that we were at districts. And our county clerk and registrar said that they still get questions. Is like, why isn't this person on my ballot? It's because you have district elections. So I think it's a discussion for the community to have. I heard good points both ways.
Yep.
And I think it's worth having the community weigh in again. We can say, well, nobody's ever said anything to me about it. And I can say, well, a lot of people said things to me about it. So let's have the discussion. And in order to be able to move forward with that discussion in an informed way, we need to have a demographic study. And I will say, I think that Lara probably would not have been elected had he been running in a particular district. It was the fact that a population is diffused across all districts that he was able to get those votes, in my opinion. If you were looking, I don't mean to use him. Let's just say, an Hispanic candidate, if they're stuck in District 3 or District 4 versus, being able to pull from the entire population, it does work backwards for our particular case. That having been said, that's not what's on the ballot.
You want to make a motion?
I mean, not really, but
Okay,
I will.
Oh, good.
I have a question.
Sure.
So, I agree with what Mr. Quillisi said, that our report would show what we see when we walk around town. Is there any value other than this in doing a demographic study?
That's a hard question to
Yeah,
answer
yeah.
because there may be other reasons as a council that you have an interest in understanding what the current demographics of your city are. I will say that for purposes of any consideration in changing to an at-large system, it's important to have the demographic study. So that's why we're recommending it before council would make a decision as to even, as to whether to before we would present you with an ordinance on first reading. If the demographics don't support that, I would never recommend to council that you do so. So that being said, the demographic study is not the only consideration, and the results of the demographic study are not the only consideration. And so it's information that would be needed in order to have as part of the record on a decision related to this, but it's not the only factor.
And
So
if I might step in, so to me, I'm very interested in the conversation. I don't want to be attached to an outcome, and it could be that the outcome turns out to be something that we haven't anticipated yet, like we did tonight. So if it means, it's not now, it's later, whatever, great. I'm open to that. But I can say this even just happened even this very week. When are we going to get away from the districts, from somebody out of the blue? So it's very much in the air. It is here. So I just want to be responsive, and it doesn't affect the mayor at all. So anyway, and I think I've said this very publicly, but at some point I would love the mayor to be elected from among the council. I've said that publicly, and I'm saying it again, which I would love to see that on the ballot soon too. But so to me, it's more like it informs us to have the right kind of conversation. And if we decide against it, fine, great.
And I will
That's
just
my
say, I think, I have not made a decision yet, but if I were to run for re-election, a district would help me. I know everybody in my neighborhood, so, but I'm still not for district elections. I don't think for the general good of the community it makes sense, but, I know everybody in my district because it's, 350 people. And so just saying, just saying.
Yeah, because I have a lot of concerns about moving forward with this. And
I will say, I want to put a pause on the discussion, the more in-depth discussion on districts versus at large, because we did already discuss continuing that part of the discussion to a future meeting.
Okay.
So I would like to keep this focused on the
Sure, it's just difficult to make a decision on spending this money if the larger question of are we going to move forward with this or not is on the table. So that, but I could see the value in having a demographic study just for knowing what languages we need to put our materials in and or anything that the city's doing, and just out of curiosity, knowing who, how things have changed since the last demographic study. So I think there's value in doing it, but you can see why I was asking that question.
Absolutely.
Well, I move that we proceed with the demographic study, and we task the city attorney's office to conduct the study.
I'll second.
Okay.
Roll call.
Okay.
Councilmember Whitman.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
No.
Motion passes. 3-2.
Okay. Not committing too much. All right. So on these other two items, what do we think about moving these to other days, or what's our appetite? Okay, moving up to other days.
Yeah.
This is the second time we've done this to you.
So sorry.
And just one thing under future agenda items, it actually is on the longer list of goals. It is not one that made the final three, but meeting every week, having them alternating be workshop days, we're almost doing that, but we're not officially doing that. So we heard some public comments tonight. You already know that I'm interested, but it has implications like a possible staff person and all that. So is there appetite among this group to want to pursue that or not? I'm cool with it.
Maybe down the road, in my opinion. Now I just
Okay.
feel like there's so much stuff, these agendas that are so long, we don't get things done. We have our list of potential, agenda items. I think if we could hold all that in and then come up with a different plan, maybe that works better, rotating who puts what on the agenda to have turns. I just think now the amount of time that I spend.
Fair, no, that's fair. I brought it up in the
Lots.
past, but I want to defer because it's
that's mine.
not just us, it's staff.
Yeah, and I think there's different alternatives too. We have a
Yeah.
public safety commission where it's going to be more free flowing back and forth. It's possible that our commissions might want to have more free flow back and forth as well. So I think there are other options as well to consider.
Okay.
But
I'm
I
open to that.
agree. We need to the serial. I get up 3 minutes and make my comment, and I have no idea if anyone's heard it. That's a very real thing that people feel,
I know.
and maybe that's the nature of the business. I don't know.
Yeah, that's separate and different from what we're talking about. That's a Brown Act, meeting constraint. But what I was just going to say as your staff person is, please don't give us any more agenda items.
I
You have
understand.
there's an ocean out there, and we can pace them out. We
I
don't
know.
need any more.
Right.
No,
We-
I
we
know, I
all
get
of
that.
us. I don't mean just staff. I mean all
I
of us.
understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody need to say anything? All right. Adjourned. Thank you.